goodness, dude. My favorite show of all time. The only show that I watch with my pants off. The View. Oh, The View. Hey, where JD Vance is sitting, dude, the view's looking pretty good, dude. Nah. Go JD Vance, dude. JD Vance is like my hero, dude. Like, JD Vance is my king. He's my Kang, dude. JD Vance is the man. Like, that guy's a stud. So hot. So sexy. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh, here it is. Give me a second, everybody. Okay.
And global impact of America.
All right. The worst
Vice
show
President
of all time.
JD Vance is live on The.
Now, nobody likes The View. Obviously, The View is one of the worst shows on television. It's low IQ dribble for very, very old women. There we go. So JD Vance, dude, my prince.
View, and all questions are on the table.
Oh shit,
How
dude.
he responds to Americans feeling pain from the gas pump to the pocketbook after campaign promises on the economy.
Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again.
The national.
And it's still going to be affordable, by the way. Honestly, the peace that was just established with Iran is going to help towards that. It's going to prevent them from having any sort of nuclear weapon. That's going to be a big deal. A non-nuclear Iran is the best Iran we could get. That's the way it should be. I think most people can agree with that. I'd like to believe that.
Global impact of America's war with Iran, the battle over ICE descending on U.S. cities, and sharing personal revelations and regrets after finding his way back to faith. It all starts now on The View with Whoopi, Sarah Haynes, Joy Behar, Anna Navarro.
God, nobody cares about these chicks. Let's just skip to the... Oh, my king, dude. My Kang. JD Vance is coming, dude. Wait, where's my boy JD?
So, you know, it's only an hour show. So, the first thing we want to do is welcome back the fabulous, the amazing, the spectacular Joy Behar.
Wait, didn't she leave The View? Or is she just coming back for a guest appearance? I don't know. I don't pay attention to this crappy show.
So, where were you? What did you do? How did it go?
Okay. So I was in London.
Right.
I was doing my play, My First Ex-Husband. Turns out women all over the world hate their husbands. We had a wonderful cast. I think we have a picture of me. I was in it. Jackie Hoffman and Deborah Chasen.
God, this sounds awful.
The Deborah Chasen is a Brit, and she got it, and they got it.
Let's just find JD Vance here. I'm tired of listening to these lol cows. Where's JD? JD. Okay, here we go. The goat, dude. The goat has arrived.
For 29 seasons, this show has invited thousands of guests with all kinds of diverse points of view. And we
Really? Are you sure? You guys pretty much just let liberals on majority of the time. This is not a diverse show. As far as points of view go, it's not a diverse show. Hardly. If anything, The View is very one-sided. It's one view and one view only. The crazy woke. But anyway. At least that's the way I see it. That's the way that I see that show. But anyway, let's keep it going.
We have been asking our next guest to join us for a while now. So we're glad that he's taken us up on the offer today. Please welcome author of the new book, Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Dude, JD's such a hunk, dude. What a hunk. Chris Rule. Uncle Chris, I haven't seen you in a while, brother. How you doing, man? We got Uncle Chris in the house. Hell yeah, dude. What a stud. JD.
I was surprised at how
the GOAT,
tall you
dude.
were. He's terrific.
Give me that JD. Dude, we got Chris Rule. We got JD. Hey, if you guys can, don't forget to double tap your screen to like the stream.
Very
Well, if you
tall.
only see somebody on TV, you just see their, in my case, giant head. So
We all
it hides
have
how tall I am.
giant
That's
heads,
right.
We are the table of big heads here.
So this is a
Alyssa-
show of MAGA Republicans, right? That's
Yeah,
what my
right,
media
yes.
team told me? Okay, good.
Well, we'll find out. I think you have the first question, Alyssa.
Yes, Mr. Vice President, thank you for being with us. Now, you came into office with clear momentum, but when I talk to my friends and family who supported you and the president and still support you and the president, one issue comes up time and time again, and it's the economy. Inflation's up, wages are down, gas prices are starting to drop at news
Yeah.
of this Iran deal, which we will get
Yep,
to.
which is good.
What can
It's
you
good.
say to voters who trusted you to lower costs on day one, and will they be satisfied by November?
Look, you can't have low gas prices all the time. Now gas prices are going to be low because the conflict in Iran is done. Dude, the war only lasted for like, what, 3 or 4 months? And now it's done. Trump did it quickly. So the liberals are going to find any way, shape, or form to criticize Trump, saying it was an unnecessary war. No, it was a very necessary war. Look, I'm not a fan of war. I don't think it's a good thing. But I do believe that sometimes there are necessaries. And that was one of the necessaries, man. That just was.
Well, I think that's ultimately up to the voters, right? I think voters have every right to expect as much as possible out of their elected representatives. We certainly know that we were elected on a number of mandates. One was to close the border, which I think we've done successfully, exceeded expectations there. Number two was to lower prices, and there's a lot of work to do, in large part because of what's happened over the last few months in the Middle East. But as you said, oil, which got up to $120 a barrel, now is at $80 a barrel. That's going to be reflected in lower fuel, lower food, lower energy prices. But there's a lot more work to do. The thing that I'm proudest about most, because as some of you may know, I grew up in one of these towns that was forgotten by the leaders in Washington of both parties, is that you're seeing, that's Middletown, Ohio. That's my hometown in southwestern Ohio. It was a proud steel town. I was raised by a grandfather who was a union steel worker, is that those jobs disappeared. Those factories closed down. The thing that I'm most excited about is you do see a large amount of capital investment coming into our country. Factories being built, construction jobs are...
Which is good, by the way. I mean, I think it's good to bring back manufacturing jobs into the U.S. I think it's fabulous, man. Look, I think it'll be good. I think it'll be great, man. Make America productive again. I mean, I see nothing wrong with that.
Way up, manufacturing jobs are starting to catch up. So there's a lot more work to do. I think that we're making progress, but ultimately we're going to make our pitch to the voters in November, and they're the ones who get to decide whether we've done a good job or not, and that's how they're going to vote.
Okay. So President Trump has called affordability a hoax. He said that, not me. He's pouring money into this ballroom of his and the reflecting pool. Oh, don't forget the Arch de Trompe, I call it, and a White House cage match. All these things.
I think the UFC match was tight, dude. I didn't watch any of it really, but I just think the whole idea is pretty tight. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with it, man. I think the cage match was great. We got Blue Nose Pity in the house. What up, dude? My boy Blue Nose Pity. Make sure that you guys tap the like button. Double tap your screen to like, or just tap the like button, however you guys typically do it. But yeah, double tap your screen to like the stream.
Why is he doing them when you just, everybody knows that Americans are struggling? What is he spending all this money for?
Well, I got to defend the president on the hoax point. What the president said is the idea that Republicans caused the affordability problem is a hoax. And I think that's true. If you go back to the Biden administration, inflation got up to 9% under the Biden administration.
That is true. That is so effing true.
Okay. Right now it's at 3.5%. By the way, too high. We're doing everything that we can to bring it back down to 2.5%, which is where most people would like to see it. But we inherited an affordability problem. We're doing a lot to make it better. It's going to take a little bit of time. There's a lot more work to do. But the president knows that a lot of Americans are struggling. In fact, he ran on that. He talked about it. And we've done some things and made some good progress on that point.
He just said he loves the inflation.
What he said, Anna, what he said is that he loves the fact that the inflation is going to come down when this war is over. That's what he said.
That's not what he said.
That wasn't a direct.
Are you his interpreter or are you his vice president? Come on.
Well, look. What the president said. People were asking about the inflation. They were asking about the affordability problem, which again is very real. And what he said is, "I love the inflation because it's going to come down when the war is over." And now, again, we already see gas prices. Gas prices today, $4.06 a gallon, too high, but way down from where they were just a couple of weeks ago. So there's a lot we got to do, but I think that we're doing as much as we can. We're going to keep on working at it. And again, the American people are going to make their verdict, but I think that we have a...
Dude, JD's kicking butt, dude. Kicking butt. What a stud, dude. And dude, here's the thing. Everybody keeps taking that whole clip out of context with Donald Trump saying he loves the inflation. No, Donald Trump loves the fact that inflation's going down. Inflation's not as high. It was definitely high under Biden, not so much under Trump. And people don't understand how bad. I don't think people realize just how bad of a job Joe Biden did. I don't think people are aware of that. People are not aware. I don't know. Give me a moment.
A very credible case to run on that we brought a lot of new investment. We're building the factories. That is going to pay serious dividends for the American people over the long haul.
When?
Well, Joy, if you look at manufacturing jobs,
Okay.
those jobs are increasing at a large number. Construction jobs are doing a little bit better. So what happens is the construction jobs to build the factories and then the manufacturing workers go back to work. That also leads to rising wages. That's one of the things that I'm very proud of. Is if you look at the amount that wages are going up now compared to, say, 2022, they're going up way faster. That's a good thing. You know, the affordability.
Yeah, I agree. There is no legitimacy to the Democrat Party. 100%. It's honestly one of the worst political parties of all time. I mean, they're the inventor of the Triple K. Don't forget that. The Democrat Party is the inventor of the Triple K.
Problem. Again, gas, way too high right now. Certain things way too high. You know, rents have been either flat or down for 12 months now. So there are things that are showing signs of life, things that are showing signs of progress. My view, I'm sure you guys don't agree with it, is that we inherited a mess and we're fixing it. But sometimes it takes a long time to fix a mess.
Sonny.
Okay. Mr. Vice President, according to a new report from the New York Times, you were the leading voice behind the scenes to release the Epstein files, and we applaud you for that. And you warned top officials, including top DOJ officials.
Oh, Hezekiah. Oh, crap, dude. Hezekiah just reached out to me saying that Android 17 is now available. Good news, everybody. Hezekiah, my boy, says Android 17 has come out and Pixel phone should Pixel phone should have the update. I should see if I have the update now. Okay. Let me check. I probably got it, man. I love Android, dude. Android's tight. It's saying that my system is up to date. Let me check. Yeah, it says I still have Android 17. I'm sorry, Android 16. Yeah, it'll probably be available soon enough. Hopefully.
At strategy meetings taking place inside the Situation Room, we understand that there are tapes of those meetings, that this was a huge problem for the base. The report says you even floated having Tucker Carlson interview Ghislaine Maxwell to clear the president's name, but you were rebuffed by your people. Why?
Well, I'd say, first of all, don't believe everything that you read in any newspaper, whether it's a right-leaning paper or a left-leaning paper, because as you guys know, well, there are things that are true, things that are false, and things that are totally missing context. Well, here's what I'll say. So, number one, I am, frankly, kind of a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff, and that story says that that's one of the things that's true, is that some people called me a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff.
Called you a conspiracy
and I love Susie, but absolutely, she thinks I'm a conspiracy theorist on the Epstein stuff, because I think that it's crazy that you had this guy who is clearly a sex predator who is hanging out with
Oh, yeah. I mean, J.D. Vance is right on that one.
A lot of very wealthy and powerful people. Like, that really bothered me. I don't know what's there, of course. Nobody knows exactly what happened unless you were there, but that really bothered me. And I wanted to have...
Annie says, hey, Garza, hey, chat, Vance is on The View. Yes, he is. And it's cray-cray. Believe you me, I'm just as shocked as anybody else, dude. He's on The View. But screw The View, though. The View is one of the worst... one of the worst shows, in my opinion. It's low IQ dribble.
Have full transparency. What I disagree with is the idea that the White House wasn't committed to full transparency. We have to remember, like, I was inside the room when some of these decisions were made. The Epstein Files Transparency Act, the one that the president signed, the one that led to all these files that we're seeing, the emails. By the way, again, sorry, Joe, I do have to defend my boss. I know you guys don't always appreciate this, but, you know, one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump literally reported Jeffrey Epstein to the police.
Okay,
that's one of the...
That is true. That is very true. And I tried telling my dad that, but my dad doesn't believe me. I think my dad just likes to think the worst of Trump. I think most people do. They like to assume that because Trump has a potty mouth, that Trump's a bad guy. I'm sorry. You can have a potty mouth and be a good dude. Yeah, I think it'll be sometime later today, Hazika. My boy, dude. My boy, Hazika. Hannibal says Democrats tax the poor and working class. Dude, JD's the man, Hannibal. Hannibal, you're just jealous because JD's hot.
Things that came out of these
They were
files.
best friends for about a decade. And remember, he signed that Transparency Act under duress when some Republican women, congresswomen like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, you guys, double tap your screen if you guys are if you like seeing JD Vance on the screen. If you guys love seeing JD Vance on the screen, double tap your screen, all right?
Greene did not give in to his pressure of not signing. He brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to pressure her into caving on not voting for that bill.
So let me respond to that. So
That's all true.
Let me respond to that. So number one is, yes, Donald Trump, and he said this, he knew Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1980s. He also threw Jeffrey Epstein out of his club when he found out he was a creep and reported him to the police. That's something that the media often misses when it reports this story. They tell the fact that they knew each other in the 80s, which the president himself admits. They ignore the fact that he narked on him to the police and led ultimately to Jeffrey Epstein's downfall.
Maybe that's why they're pissed off at Trump, because he narked on Epstein. Maybe that's why the left hates Donald Trump. Because, I mean, Epstein was a huge Democrat donor. Like, people don't realize Epstein was a huge Democrat donor. Hello? If anybody was in bed with Epstein, it might have been the Democrats. Just might have been.
To that point, Anna, you know the Republican Party. Well, it's one of the things that led to law enforcement investigation. But on the point that you made,
it was allegedly over a real estate deal that they got into a fight over.
But the email says actually
they didn't just know each other. Let's just be truthful and transparent here. They didn't just know each other.
He's in a lot of
They were
pictures.
incredibly close friends.
he reported him to the police. That's what I'm saying. That is objective. That is objectively true. But Anna made another point that I think would be if I may, because Anna made a very important point. This question about, did Donald Trump release these files only under duress from Republicans? And Anna, you know the Republican Party probably better than I do. The idea that Donald Trump runs around afraid of Republican congressmen as opposed to the other way around is kind of crazy.
Well, it was a bipartisan, it was Republicans and Democrats.
But because the Republicans control the House and the Senate, particularly the Senate, you need the Republican sign-off. What the president did is, look, I will say this. Again, I was in there in the meetings. He was very frustrated that the Democrats were making this about him when he's like, look, I threw the guy out of my club. I am the guy who reported him to the police, or one of the people who reported him.
Trump narked, dude. Trump narked.
The police. The president was frustrated about that, absolutely. But he eventually came to say, you know what? Let's just get everything out there. Let's have this out in the public.
Yeah.
And he actually called the senators. I was there. He called the senators and said, you know what? Pass this bill, I'll sign it, and that was it.
Well, then let me follow up briefly. Let me follow up briefly.
Yes.
It sounds like you believed that there would be men in the files who would be held accountable. Rightfully so. And the American people are with you on this. Why haven't we seen...
Oh, you guys, if you guys love JD Vance as much as I do, double tap your screen. If you guys think that The View, the gals on The View are very low IQ, double tap your screen. If you think The View is just an annoying show, double tap.
the release of over 2.5 million additional Epstein file documents. It seems like you are someone that is on the right side of history on this.
So we have released, I think it's 6 million files or 6 million pages of documents. My understanding is the 2.5 million, Sonny, I'm going to check on this to make sure, but my understanding is that a lot of those are duplicates of things that have already been released.
So
we're not holding
we're not
holding anything back. Some of those things are like the courts have to order you to release them. So that was one thing that we confronted. You talk about these situation room meetings is, you know, there's a big bunch of files that existed, I think in the Southern District of New York, or maybe it was some other jurisdiction, but we were like, we want to release these files, but you need the court approval in order to release the files. Sometimes we would apply to release the files and the courts would say no. So those particular documents, I would need to actually know exactly what you're talking about.
3.5 million documents were released, and my understanding is 2.5 million have not been released.
Those may have been the ones that are under court. So I don't know what the documents you're talking about.
Annie says, Vance is the man. He will make a great president in the future if he runs. Yeah, I think J.D. Vance needs to run for president. Dude, J.D. Vance 2028, dude. J.D. Vance 2028. E.T. says, what up, Garz? What up, E.T.? Hannibal's looking pretty hot tonight. Hannibal's looking good. Hey, E.T. just sent a happy poop
Laugh out
yum,
loud.
yum, dude. Happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum, yum. Thank you so much, E.T., for sending me a happy poop. Thank you so much for sending me a happy poop. Oh, E.T., you are the one for me. I love you, boy. Thank you, brother.
About, but I'm telling you,
let me go to
we're
break. Let me go to break.
Sure.
Let me go to break.
We have
Because
plenty of
people
time.
are looking at me, going.
And let's talk about the book. I'm here to sell books. Communion. Buy my book, please.
Eventually we will, but this is a good opportunity for us to get some clarity
Of
on
course.
stuff.
Great.
We'll be back with more with Vice President J.D. Vance.
By the way, if you guys think Vance 2028 needs to happen, double tap your screen, dude. Double tap it. Double tap your screen if you want Vance 2028. Let's go. Double tap the screen, Vance 2028. Let's go, go, go. JD, man.
We are back with Vice President J.D. Vance. Sarah, you got the question.
Yes, Mr. Vice President. In your new book, Communion, you write about your personal evolution with faith from evangelical to atheist to Catholic
Sure.
convert. And you also explain your evolution similarly on Trump, from calling him America's Hitler to America's best hope. Now, as someone who has admitted to chasing ambition, which you write about in the book, in the past, but now says your faith brought you back to your priorities, I have to kind of use your own words that sit with me from 2016.
Sure.
Fellow Christians, everyone is watching when we apologize for this man. Lord, help us. And I think about that all the time because as a fellow Christian, that is something that weighs on my heart as I watch this country and the leadership at the top because...
Nah, Trump's the man, dude. Trump is about as Christian as you get. Dude, Trump is about as Christian as you get, man. I'm not even much of a religious guy, but I know a good man when I see one. Trump's a good man. Trump's doing the right stuff.
It's also something I have to explain to my kids, which I know we also share, this
Sure.
idea that our greatest privilege and responsibility are these young people we're raising.
Of course.
So help me find the words to explain to my children what they're witnessing right now.
Well, first of all, it's been well covered that I was a critic of Donald Trump back in 2015 and 2016. Now, obviously, I'm sitting here as the Vice President of the United States
what happened?
in the Trump administration. Well, Joy, a little humility, actually. I think that when you make predictions and those predictions turn out to be false, you got to ask yourself, well, what made me wrong about that? What did I not understand or not appreciate? For example, I said that Donald Trump's economic policies would not lead to wage growth. They did in the first term. That was actually a major, major thing. I said that we couldn't bring back any of those factory jobs because I kind of had given into this idea that those jobs were disappearing. But actually, Donald Trump, you saw a manufacturing boom during that administration. So there's a certain point. Let me just.
This question.
So there's a certain point where you say, I made predictions about this. I ended up being wrong.
Yeah.
And in politics and anything, I think it's important to just say, you know what? I got some things wrong. And I was wrong about him. He was a very successful president. It's one of the reasons why I've been so supportive of him.
But you go on in the book to explain that good policy was maybe one of your justifications, but the quote and when you tweeted that or X'd it was not about policy. It was what Christians were willing to excuse. And that's the part I can't.
We're not excusing anything. Trump is about as Christian as you get as a president. Trump is the most, I would argue that Trump is the most Christian president of all time. As far as the way he acts in good faith. He walks like an angel, talks like a sailor. I don't know. Look, I'm not even Christian by any means. I mean, I guess you could say I'm a little bit Christian. I'm agnostic primarily, but, I got some belief that God exists for sure. I got some belief. Hold on. Oh, God. Give me a moment, you guys. Sorry. My portfolio is looking zesty. Okay, let's go.
Past. What are you willing to excuse in the name of power?
Well,
JD's not excusing anything. JD ain't excusing anything. And by the way, I don't see anything that look. I don't think Trump's doing anything wrong. I think he solved the problem in Iran. He defanged Iran and created a new deal. So basically, we as the old saying goes, killed two birds with one stone. Think about it. You defanged Iran by getting rid of their military. That's one thing. That's important. And then the next thing Trump did, which was really important, was he got the deal done.
I would say fundamentally that one of the things I underappreciated about Donald Trump is that so many of the things that people said about him weren't actually true. Again, you talk about humility.
And J.D. Vance believed a lot of the things that the idiots online were saying. And then he realized that they weren't true.
Okay, so I see Donald Trump, I see a clip of him, or I see not even a clip of him, but reporting about something that he said, and I take it at face value. For example, let's just go back to one of the most controversial things Donald Trump said during the first term that I was wrong during the first campaign, is that I was led to believe by the stories. I read stories that said Donald Trump said that all Mexicans were rapists. He never said that. What he said is that the certain South American countries, Central American countries, were releasing criminals into our country, including Mexico. By the way, that was objectively true. So it's not so much Christians.
There was absolute evidence. Are you kidding me? Dude, The View. And this is why The View is so low IQ, dude. Let me take a look at the comments.
Fidel Castro did that in 1980 with the Mariel boat lift. There have been many, many journalists, including CNN, where you used to work and be my colleague, that have tried to find evidence of that. There is no evidence that Maduro was releasing people from insane asylums or jails like Fidel Castro did do. This was made up, and we just can't, accept it without pushing back.
Anna, we know.
How is it made up? I don't think it's made up, dude. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I trust him. I trust this man right here. I don't trust you, though.
That there were people who were released from prisons who were encouraged to come into the United States.
It wasn't the Mariel, Mr. Vice President. It wasn't where it was like a purposeful release, open up the jails, open up the insane asylums, and let people flood Florida. I lived
Those
through that in Miami.
If you go, it may not have been like Mariel, but if you go back to the caravans that were happening in 22, 23, we know that those things were funded. They were in some ways supported by the government.
was absolutely
so I don't know how you define support or not support, but if people are encouraged to come into our country after having spent time in prison by their own governments, I think that's a problem.
But, Vice President, can I just add?
I agree. I agree with that completely. Because, yeah, if these people were in jail in their country and then suddenly their country's trying to send these jailbirds all the way to the U.S. to live, that's not happening, dude. We're not supposed to take your worst. We're supposed to take your best, not your worst.
One more thing, because you do speak about immigration at length in this book.
Sure.
And I believe, as a Christian, I can tell my kids why it's important to have borders. I get that. There are laws, there are resources. I get all that things. It's much
Yeah, borders are super important, by the way. Just an FYI.
harder to explain when I see someone dragged out of a house or wrongly taken to a thing that isn't a violent criminal. It's a little more nuanced as a parent to try to say when someone's referred to as vermin or scum, when I teach them in school about people that have done that before, but this is different. It's very hard as a parent and a Christian to say both things.
And you actually say in the book,
Yeah, you shouldn't allow. First off, I'm sorry, but if you're here illegally, yeah, I think you're a problem.
talk about this. You talk about this
I do.
struggle, this internal struggle
Of
in the
course.
book, and you talk about moral trade-offs that result in favoring a strict migration policy without dehumanizing anyone. But listen, over 50 people have died in ICE custody. There are thousands of children, 6,200, that are being held in places like Dilley Detention Center. The people that have visited those detention centers, I don't know if you have, talk about the subhuman, infrahuman conditions, the lack of clean water, the lack of medical attention, the lack of education.
Yeah, that's messed up.
I would urge you as a Christian and as a father to visit those detention centers where the children are being held and make sure that the conditions are up to the values that we hold in this country.
So you guys have thrown a lot at me, and I see we got 30 seconds left here. But let me say,
You're
number
the
one,
Vice President. You can go long.
I'd like to pick up on this theme because I think it's really important. We do have to strike a balance, of course, between enforcing our laws. We don't want to dehumanize people. That is the balance that, look, law enforcement, what I'd say about this, law enforcement is always inherently not a very pretty process, especially when you're dealing sometimes with violent people, with people who are resisting arrest. Some of the people that I've been told by the media were completely peaceful, had never violated any laws. You actually look into the record and you find out that those people were actually being violent.
Yeah, exactly. And the media lies to you. The mainstream media, I'm sorry, I agree with Asmund Gould when he says the mainstream media is the enemy of the people. I believe that, man. I believe the mainstream media, enemy of the people, dude. Straight up. That's what I believe. I agree. All right.
Or they did have a criminal record. They had a sex trafficking conviction.
Laugh out loud.
The majority of people.
Hey, thank you so much, Aaron. Everybody give a shout out to Aaron Grovum. I don't know how to say your name, dude. Aaron Grovum 6784. Thank you so much. Everybody give a shout out to our boy for sending a gold coin for 10 jewels. If you guys want to have your name flash up on the screen, if you guys want to be noticed, if you guys want to help the stream as well, tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. It does help the channel in a lot of ways. We really appreciate it big time. So tap the gift button, send a gift. It could be a tiny coin, or it could be much more than a coin.
That ICE is rounding up and taking out of their homes.
Oh, we got my boy Chill Toad. Chill Toad 666 says fact 1, Trump is the best. Fact 2, Dems suck. I agree. I mean, Democrat Party's lost its way, dude. Lost its way a long time ago. Chill Toad 666 says fact 3, Garza rocks. Thank you, Brony. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, my Brony bro, dude. Hell yeah. Heck yeah, bro. Hey, if you guys can, don't forget to double tap your screen to like the stream. One more time. Double tap your screen to like the stream. Aaron says, yes, third time's the charm. Hell yeah. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, Hannibal, for the comment. Mucho apreciado.
From their families, they're separating families. They're using children as bait.
But
the majority are not criminals.
But can I respond to that, guys? Let me just say this. Okay. So you talk about the children. Here's what I'd say. Do we know that during the last administration, we had tens of thousands of children who were sex trafficked by the cartels, who were brought into our country in profoundly dangerous and predatory conditions?
Let's talk about this administration.
But here's the point. Unless you enforce the border, you invite that kind of conduct. You think that our immigration policies are inhumane based on the reporting of one person with a political bias. What I'm telling you is that it's inhumane to allow cartels to sex traffic people across our border.
And
by the way,
hold on, please hold on.
I appreciate that. We're going to get you back, Anna.
We're coming back with more with the vice president, and I've got questions for you.
Great, thank you.
Oh, Whoopi's got her questions. Oh, God. Have at it, Guinan. Get it, Guinan.
We are back with Vice President J.D. Vance.
You know, I didn't realize that Guinan was using the holodeck. I didn't realize that in Guinan's free time, she uses the holodeck to interview past presidential figures.
Sir, you come from a poor community.
Sure.
You know how hard it has been for people. Two things. You talk a lot about your Catholic faith. But the Catholic faith says we take in immigrants. We take in people who don't have or who are having a hard time. How do you justify both things?
So let me say first a couple things, Whoopi. So number one, the book is actually way less political than you might think if you were just watching this. Because obviously we're getting into the issues of the day.
Right.
95% of the book is really not about politics. I kind of have to write about politics because I'm the vice president, but I want to answer your question.
Right.
So fundamentally, if you think about what is immigration enforcement, immigration is law enforcement. It's somebody who has broken a law. A law enforcement officer has to show up and enforce that law. Now,
That's true.
Inherently, sometimes that
You can have laws, but if you're not enforcing them, what's the point in having the laws? You know what I mean? I mean, you can have laws on the books, but if they're not being enforced, they don't even really matter at the end of the day, allegedly.
process is not always going to be pretty if you capture a video clip of it, in the same way that if you arrest somebody for committing a violent or a nonviolent crime, sometimes it's not always pretty. What I'm saying is the Catholic faith is actually I think it strikes the right balance here. It says, the Christian faith, I think this is true of Protestants and Catholics, that you can have borders.
Yeah.
You're allowed to enforce your borders. That means the law enforcement piece of it. But you also have to take certain precautions and certain care, okay? And again, your argument is fundamentally, Whoopi, you're saying that we don't strike the right balance. I disagree with you about how we apply that, but nobody hopefully is saying we're not allowed to have a border.
No,
what I'm saying is that in order for us to actually enforce the law, you can't set a standard that says you're not allowed to deport anyone unless they've committed a violent crime. You've got to enforce the law equally.
So
and justly.
let me do my follow-up.
You don't have to raise your hand.
Let me do my follow-up.
Yes, I do.
Because you were talking about people. What did black people do to this administration that has allowed it to really stigmatize folks of color? And you know how hard it is. You have folks of color in your family.
Sure.
So when you see, things, the Emmett Till stuff coming down, or them doing all kinds of removal of information of Black heroes, how does that sit with you?
Well, what exactly are you talking about, Whoopi? Because you just,
I'm talking
I know
about
Emmett Till was,
I
Emmett
can
Till was
tell
the
you all
kid.
this. Yeah.
No, I want to know what
So
let me do
piece of it. What I'm saying is that in order for us to actually enforce the law, you can't set a standard that says you're not allowed to deport anyone unless they've committed a violent crime. You've got to enforce the law equally
So
and justly.
let me do my follow-up.
You don't have to raise your hand,
Let me do my follow-up.
Yes, I do.
Because you were talking about people. What did Black people do to this administration that has allowed it to really stigmatize folks of color? And
How? What? Dude, you're crying racism where there is none. You're crying. It's Whoopi, man. She's a fantastic actress, but my God, her political opinions are stupid.
know how hard it is. You have folks of color in your family.
Sure.
So when you see, things, the Emmett Till stuff coming down, or them doing all kinds of removal of information of Black heroes, how does that sit with you?
Well, what exactly are you talking about, Whoopi? Because you just,
I'm talking
I know
about
Emmett Till was,
I
Emmett
can
Till was
tell
the
you all
kid.
this. Yeah.
No, I want to know what
understand.
she's.
You don't know
I
what
want to
I'm
respond
talking
to your
about.
actual point.
So in a lot of the museums, there's so many. Where they're taking down the actual history that happened in this country, slavery.
Okay, well, what about all the crazy Democrats that were like toppling down statues of historical figures? Does that not matter? I mean, dude, the left is just as guilty of trying to erase history as the right. I don't believe in erasing history at all. I believe let it all be what it is.
Laugh out loud.
Thank you, E.T. I appreciate the sparkles. Everybody give a shout out to E.T., baby. Everybody give a shout out to E.T. 43.
Laugh out loud.
Ooh, I got a happy poop yum yum. How come I can't see that, though? Thank you, E.T., for the happy poop yum yum, but is this... Oh, is this hidden? Maybe I need to put this up a little higher. Hold on.
Laugh out loud.
Why hasn't it shown anything? Sorry, you guys, my alert box doesn't seem to be working very well.
Laugh out loud.
Yeah, that's weird. The alert box isn't showing anything. Huh. Well, I guess the best I could do is just put it on the top, but I appreciate the ET, man. I appreciate the gifts, man. I really do. Anytime we get gifts on this channel, it really does help in a lot of ways. So, if you guys want to be like my boy ET, you could send me a happy poop yum yum. Just to let you know. You could send me the happy poops. They mean a lot.
Happened. All kinds of stuff happened. And it seems that it has been very easy for this administration to remove that and also to denigrate Black folks who have worked their behinds off.
Annie says, Whoopi is giving me a headache. Yeah, she gives me a headache too.
To get this American dream. How do you, I mean, you know better.
Let me,
But let's see, dude. JD Vance is so sexy, dude. Look, this is JD Vance 2028. Let's go, dude. If you guys think that JD Vance needs to run for president in 2028, double tap your screen. I repeat, if you think that JD Vance, this man right here, needs to run for president in 2028, double tap your screen, bro. Double tap.
So,
You know what I'm
Sonny,
talking
that
about,
was
right?
actually a very helpful intervention because I think this
JD. Dude, I love JD Vance, man. Sexy.
story you're talking about is where, allegedly the administration is holding back the appointments of people based on skin color.
I'm
I've
talking
seen
about
this
a
story.
host of things. I'm talking about Black history getting erased from public spaces. Black voter districts are being dismantled. Black leaders are being sidelined from our ranks.
Really?
Where do Americans of color fit in this vision? Because it doesn't seem like we fit.
I think,
In the
Sonny,
vision of
my
that
view,
is-
let me.
That feels like such a victim mentality. It feels like some victim stuff. You know what I mean? It just feels like, I don't know. It's just one of those things that's like, it just feels like a complete victim mentality. I just don't understand it. Oh, hold on. Huh. Ah, because he loves sofas. I see. JD, dude.
And if I may, since October of last year, there's been something like 6,668 refugees allowed into the country. All but 3 were white South Africans.
So, first of all, I'm very skeptical of that number because we have a lot of different immigration pathways in the United States of America. But let me just address Whoopi's point. Look, first of all, you asked the question, and
I doubt any numbers the mainstream media is shouting out at the top of their lungs because the mainstream media lies through their teeth. They've made smear campaigns about my boy DT. They've even smeared JD Vance, who is honestly a good man. Best vice president we've ever had, dude. One of the best, dude. The GOAT. The greatest of all time. Dude, Hannibal, Iran is weak as crap right now, dude. Iran is completely defanged.
And maybe you don't believe this coming from me, but I think everybody is welcome in our political coalition. Frankly, even if you didn't vote for us, everybody is welcome in our country so long as you're an American citizen with the duties and the legal obligations and rights to be here. But let me just give you an example of this.
Yeah.
Okay, so you say that we're anti-minority or anti-black.
No, I didn't say that. I asked. See?
Well, okay, fine. Fair.
Don't start any stuff
All
with
right,
me,
okay,
man.
all
Don't
right.
get me in trouble. Don't start no stuff with me.
In all fairness, though, it's always implied. It's always implied by these ladies at The View that they just keep claiming that Donald Trump is racist. He's not. If anything, you could argue that Donald Trump is probably the most pro-minority president of all time. You could argue that. You could argue that Donald Trump is the best president for the minority communities. Straight up.
But
I misinterpreted your question,
That's
but
all right.
let me.
And by the way, I'm part Mexican. I'm part Mexican, and I voted for Trump. I'm only like 25% Mexican. I should say Hispanic or whatever. My grandpa was from Mexico.
Answer your actual question there. What I'm saying, I think, okay, look at Washington, D.C. One of the most democratic and one of the blackest, by a share of population, blackest cities in the United States of America, has seen a radical decrease in violent crimes and sexual assaults and in murders. We have tried to take the crime issue seriously, in part because we believe everybody, whether you're black or white or rich or poor, deserves
Per capita. Don't forget the word per capita, by the way.
to live in a safe neighborhood.
Why?
The word per capita makes liberals angry. Because if you look at those stats, those crime statistics, look at one specific group and look at it per capita. You'll find that one group is doing a lot of the crime. I'm not going to say which group. You guys will have to figure that out for yourself. Look up the stats. I'm not going to say what group it is. You'll have to find that out for yourself.
Why does the crime? Where does the crime step in? This is not about crime. This is about
women lost their jobs.
Right. This is about human
Sonny,
rights.
what you're saying is we got to do
history's
more on
been-
the economy.
And Black history has been
Sonny,
erased from public
Black
spaces.
history is not erased
That is
from
true.
public
Guys,
spaces.
we do
That
have to
is
get to
not
Iran
right.
when we get back.
Yeah,
There's some
but
very
guys,
important news to
I'm
get
telling
to.
you, we celebrate Black history. We celebrate all American history in this administration.
can I
You
ask you
guys
about a
might be
specific
skeptical
piece
of this,
of
but I
Black
promise you it's true.
I have to go to break. Anna, God, please, we have more with Vice President J.D. Vance when we come back. Don't do that. We're back with Vice President J.D. Vance. Joy has the next question.
Okay, so in the book, Mr. Vice President, you make a mea culpa of sorts for calling Democrats childless cat ladies.
Oh, man. My
Okay.
most boneheaded comment.
You say that in the book, that it was boneheaded, which it was.
Thank you.
What were you thinking when you said that?
So Joy said when we were off air that I'm fine, which I think is about the best endorsement that I'm going to get out of Joy Behar for a Republican. Thank you.
Yeah, I think my dad loves J.D. Vance as much as I do. So there's two things I think my dad loves. He loves futas, unfortunately, and I'm not going to explain what futas are. And two, he loves J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance and futa. Futa. Dude, honestly, I can make futa sound Klingon. Futa. Kapla. Futa. You know what? I wanna translate some Klingon, okay? Famous quotes translated to Klingon. I want to look up famous quotes that are translated into Klingon. Tapa.
Laugh out loud.
Tab. Oh, dude, I got a big gift. Hey, Gary sent a sunshine for 200 joules. Gary, thank you so much, my pink brony bro. We could dance at the gay club, oh my God. Thank you for the gift. You're my pink brony bro. Okay, so I'm going to try my best to say these in Klingon. Ha lu me kwa quack javam. Dude, honestly, the Klingon dialect, dude, Klingon's crazy. So jija jila jilach sounds like I'm sucking. It sounds like I'm choking on a schlong. When I try to say Klingon quotes, it sounds like I'm choking on a schlong. So one of the ones was today is a good day to die. Perhaps today is a good day to die. Well, I think I could do that pretty well. Hold on. Perhaps today is a good day to die. I could do a good Worf impression. So I want you guys to rate my Worf impression, okay? Well, I'm just looking up famous Worf quotes. Famous Worf quotes. Worf is the man. Sir, I must protest. I am not a merry man. I can't do that one very well. Let me try that one more time. Sir, I must protest. I am not a merry man. I can't do it. Good tea. Nice house. Death to the opposition. Oh, man, let's see. Romulan ale should be illegal. It is. I will feed him. You see, I love, dude. Worf is like my favorite character from Okay, Data is my favorite character from Star Trek: The Next Generation. Data, Picard, Riker, Worf. I mean, it's really tough for me to choose the character I love the most on TNG because they're all so fucking lovable. They have such a hardcore cast.
I appreciate that. Graded on a curve here at The View. But, you know, I guess one of the things that I try to do, and I'm always, you know, all of us are always learning. You know, you said you were a lapsed Catholic. I'm a bad Catholic. I think all of us, that's why we need grace as Christians, is because we recognize that there are certain things we got to work on.
Right.
But here's what I'd say about that. So did that comment actually shed light on something and start a discussion, or did it just close people down? And when I make a comment that just closes people down, instead of trying to appreciate the point that I make, that's a mistake, right? And that's on me to do better.
Okay,
because can I just...
Oh, yeah. I mean, I love JD, man. I mean, I learn a lot from JD, man. I learn a lot from JD. I think he's a wise dude. I think he's a good man. Yeah, I see nothing wrong. In fact, JD Vance 2028, dude. I'm actively rooting for it, dude. I think most people are. I think most people want to see JD Vance 2028, man. That's what they want. That's what the people need. Hey, thank you so much, Gary, for the sunshine. I mucho apreciado the gift. But hey, if you guys want to send a gift, man, send a gift.
The point that I'd say on that, Joy, is I do think, in a very subtle, sometimes in a more profound way, I think our country has become more anti-family and more anti-child. It's harder to travel. It's harder to go to a restaurant.
Mr. Vice President, you know your grandchild is arriving.
No grandbabies yet.
Not yet. We're very excited for you and Usha, and we wanted to give you a View onesie.
I appreciate that.
Oh, don't make that poor child wear a View onesie. Oh, dude, The View is the worst show in the world. Don't force your grandchildren to wear that. Please stop.
Thank you.
We will put this on. We'll send you guys a photo.
His new book,
I bet you anything JD's throwing that thing right in the trash, dude.
Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith, is available now. Scan the QR code.
I hope JD Vance throws that in the trash or gives it to some liberal. Vance in my pants, Walls on my balls. Here we go, dude. Tim Walls, dude.
Code on your screen to purchase a copy, and we will be right back.
Yeah, dude. I want to buy JD Vance. I actually do kind of. I don't want to buy the book because I'm too I'm too cheap. So if maybe they'll have it at the Coos Bay Public Library or something. Maybe I'll get it from there. But yeah, dude, JD Vance, dude, the GOAT, greatest vice president of all time, man. No, we love JD, man. Oh, poor baby. Yeah. Oh, little wiener dog. Look at that. What a sweet baby. Wiener dogs are so cool, dude. I just love all dogs, man. They're amazing. Oh, little foxes roll over for belly rubs just like dogs. That's awesome. Amazing, man. Oh, JD Vance joins the 5? So let me get this straight. He joins the View, and then he joins the 5 all in one day. Thank God, because honestly, I can only take so much of the low IQ dribble from the View. The View is low IQ Democrat dribble. It really is. It's low IQ bullshit. The 5, baby. This was released an hour ago.
Oh, you heard that right. Yes, Vice President J.D. Vance is here. He will be joining us for the entire hour, and we're going to have a lot of fun.
What a stud, dude. God, he's so hot. So hot, dude. I want to end the 5. Stud.
There's a lot of news to get to as well, including his new book that is out now, and we have a whole block on that coming up. But first, let's dive into the big topic of the day. He's been talking about it as well. President Trump balancing diplomacy and deterrence at the G7, advancing a peace deal with Iran, while putting the regime on notice that any nuclear breakout would be met with forceful consequences.
Yep.
And if they do, they suffer unbelievable consequences. Not just a little bit like, I won't even tell you the consequences, but the consequences are the ultimate consequences. And they will not develop, purchase, buy, or any other thing. They're not going to acquire a nuclear weapon. If they do, all hell will rain down on them. And they're not going to do that.
And while the details of the deal remain under wraps, President Trump is promising the American people won't be kept in the dark for long.
Hell yeah.
They'll not only release it, I'll probably have a press conference and read it to you word by word so that the press covers it accurately. Because it's a very important document, and unlike Obama, who could have destroyed the Middle East with a horrible JCPOA, it is the worst agreement. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Mine is a wall against a nuclear weapon.
But the Democrats remain...
My man, dude. My man, dude. Stud. I mean, if there's one thing that you could say about him, stud. You guys, I want to take a quick break. Hold on. Gonna cook and gonna go to bathroom. Taking a quick break.
Laugh out loud. Laugh out loud.
Mm. All right, let's go.
Remain opposed no matter what.
The word that comes to mind to me is incompetence. I just keep thinking that this has just been, it's just the height of incompetence with this government.
The president doesn't.
Actually, if anything, Donald Trump's been the most competent president we've ever had. You guys lied to us about Biden. The Democrat establishment lied to us about the mental fortitude or the mental competency of Joe Biden. So Democrats got no room to talk, basically.
I want you to see this agreement because it is essentially a report card on what a disaster this war has been.
If you were president, you never start this war.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
And that's why she shouldn't be the president. Because this war needed to happen. Could you imagine if she was president? Iran would have already had that nuclear weapon ready and raring, and they would have been attacking their neighbors. Come on, man. Really think about this. Just think about it for a second.
Absolutely not.
Okay, Vice President Vance, thanks for being here, and we're excited about your book. We're going to talk about it. You've been on air a lot today, and I guess maybe start off with the question of why can't you or won't you release that document now?
Yeah, so there's some diplomatic procedure at work here where the Qataris and the Pakistanis have been mediating this entire negotiation with the Iranians. And they've asked us effectively to sequence the way that we roll this out. I frankly don't understand it. We'd be happy to release the agreement today or tomorrow. We may release it as late as Friday, but fundamentally in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't matter because whether it's tomorrow, whether it's Friday, people are going to see what's in this agreement very soon. Friday, of course, is the formal signing ceremony and the kickoff of these negotiations, and that's when they've asked us to delay it. We're trying to push that forward. But look, the agreement's actually very simple. It says, 1, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. 2, the Straits of Hormuz are open. And number 3, there are all of these benefits contemplated that the Iranians can get if they behave, if they stop developing terrorism.
Yeah, if Iran can stop acting like a crazy country. And by the way, Iran has been the #1 state sponsor of terror, killed their own citizens for protesting against the Iranian regime. Also, uranium enrichment, almost to near weapons grade levels. Those are 3, count them, 3 huge reasons why we went to war with them, straight up.
If they stop funding terrorism, if they stop supporting the rebuilding of the nuclear arms program, they actually can get some real benefits. If they don't do any of that stuff, they don't get it.
Do you guys think that I should wear eyeliner like JD Vance does? Because I was thinking I might wear a little bit of eyeliner. I want to look like JD, dude. I think JD's a very suave dude. He's a smooth operator in so many ways, dude.
Anything. And I think that's where a lot of the misunderstandings come from is you've got Iranian propagandists out there saying, well, we get all these things. And they leave out the fact that they only get those things if they fundamentally transform themselves as a country. So the United States wins either way. As the president said, either they get nothing, we destroyed their nuclear program and the Straits of Hormuz are open, or they fundamentally transform themselves.
Nope.
And that's a big win too. It's really up to them.
My dad keeps saying, say it, say it, say it. So my dad thinks his sofa is unsafe because JD Vance is the vice president. That's what he thinks. If I had a couch, I would gladly let JD Vance do whatever he wanted to it. Even to the point of finishing.
I'm going to ask you one last quick one. Maybe
Sure.
it's quick. Well, it's a quick question. I don't know about the answer. So it's a 60-day period that you would look at and see, are they complying? Why not delay the photo op of you next to them until that moment so that you know that they've actually complied instead of rewarding them with a moment with you before then?
I think the president thinks this way. I certainly think this way, that we're going to sit down and actually talk about these things, and he doesn't see a photo opportunity as rewarding them. Look, they're going to have to do some serious compliance and some very good things for the Americans in order for them to get any of the benefits of the bargain. So I don't see it as a reward to take a photograph. I see it as we're going to get very serious about these negotiations. And what I'm trying to do is send a signal that the entire American government is actually oriented towards getting a good outcome for the American people. I kind of want to figure out how real are they?
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
They're making a lot of promises.
I'm not saying that. JD Vance is the man, dude. Well, here's what I am going to say. JD Vance is the man, and he is super cute. That's
Are
what
those
I'm
promises actually going to be met with real action?
He's a dapper young man.
That's why I'm going to show up to the negotiation. That's why I showed up to Pakistan a couple of months ago, and we're going to stay involved in this process
You've
throughout.
racked up the miles. Too bad.
Indeed. Too bad I don't get frequent flyer miles.
I know. Too bad you don't.
Dad, I'm not saying it, but yeah, no, he's look. JD Vance is basically saying, you will never. He's saying to Iran, you will never develop a nuclear weapon. Screw you. And that's a great thing to say. I love it. I'm glad he's saying it because JD Vance is a smart man, whether you guys like it or not. He didn't get as far as he's gotten in life by being a dummy. He's a smart man. Trump, by the way, Trump's a smart man too. You may not realize it, but you don't become president twice by accident. Trump is a master of marketing. Trump is actually really, really good at marketing himself because Trump lives by the old motto, never apologize to the mob, and all press is good press. One, never apologize to the mob, and all press is good press. Simple as that. Easy formula. Nothing hard about it.
I travel in style.
We'll take it around the table. Jesse, you're next.
Well, from what I understand of the deal, it's the exact opposite of the Iran deal, where proxies and missiles are covered. Because if they fund the proxies, then they don't get the economic benefits. And the missiles are covered because 85% of them have been destroyed. And 90% of the
Yes, that's the best part about this, dude. Basically, Iran is completely defanged. Iran is so freaking defanged at this point, they can't do anything. If Iran has no military, they can't hurt any other countries. That's a plus. That is a huge plus. By the way, you want to know why they call this man Jesse Waters? Because he makes you wet.
Industrial base has been destroyed. So they've been disarmed. They can't rearm because they can't manufacture more weapons. And now they can't really project power outside of their borders because they have no Air Force and they have no Navy. And they don't pose an imminent threat to the United States anymore. And they have no air defense. So we have full air superiority. Also, the difference between the Obama deal is they cannot build a nuclear weapon. They can't enrich at all, and they can't stockpile because they can't access the uranium. The dust is so deep down there, the only people that can get it is us. And if we even just let it sit there in a uranium grave for eternity, it's already destroyed their nuclear program. All the centrifuges are shattered, their nuclear scientists are all dead. So if we do nothing, it's already accomplished the president's main objective, which is prevent them from ever getting a nuclear weapon. Everything that he...
I mean, my boy's not wrong, dude. My boy's not wrong. Tell me where he's wrong. Tell me where my man is wrong. Come on, you guys, tell me where he's wrong. I'm willing to listen. Tell me where my boy is wrong, dude. Where is Jesse Waters wrong, dude? That's all I'm asking. Just tell me where he's wrong, dude. Come on, you could do it.
Laid out the day after the bombing started has been achieved. This does what the Obama deal doesn't do. And if they screw around and make mischief again, we could still reinstitute the blockade. We could still hit them again, so that's fine. And you've already seen oil go down into the 70s. Gas prices are, what, a couple cents away from the $3 range? Stock market at all.
Everything's looking good, dude. Everything's looking A-okay. So I don't know why anybody's complaining. I don't know how anybody can complain because everything's looking good. Give me just a few moments, you guys.
All-time high, and inflation should taper off as the Strait opens throughout the summer. So I think what Jessica really wants to say is thank you.
Jessica, do you want to say thank you?
Thank you for being here. It's very, very cool to have you with us, especially when we're discussing this topic that you're running point on. And I'm a little uncomfortable about what I'm about to do, but I've been amping myself up all day.
Oh, no.
So no, it's not.
Call the Secret Service.
No, they're already here, like 50 of you. You know, there's been leaked versions of this MOU, not just in the Iranian press, in the Saudi press, the Pakistani press. The American press has gotten their hands on some details as well. You know, the Wall Street Journal has it that Iran can immediately sell oil and that they're going to get some sanctions relief right off the bat. That was something that we heard was not going to happen. So they have an incentive to get this going by Friday, and there's going to be money changing hands. In the copies of the MOU that we've seen, again, leaked, we have this $300 billion fund. And I saw you last night, you were with Sean talking about it. He said, well, it's not our money. It's, you know, Gulf nation money, our partners' money, but that's still a $300 billion payday. And that's something that they desperately want to have. The punting on the nuclear program for the 60-day negotiation.
Okay.
You know, that's the real.
What are you getting at, Jessica?
Tough stuff of this, right? Like that's the meat of what we really need to get done. And you say the JCPOA, you know, didn't have anything about that. It's in the preamble of the JCPOA that Iran will cease all efforts to have a nuclear weapon and enrichment will be held at about 3%.
Well, they can't enrich now because they can't get the dust, Jessica.
Also,
Barack Obama never buried it.
Well, the vice president is here. Don't interrupt me, and then it'll be over really fast.
Okay.
My part.
I wasn't interrupting him. I was interrupting you.
I meant me. Be polite for our guest.
Okay, I'll try my best.
And
oh God, Tarlov, dude. Yeah, this is my dad's dream girl right here. That's what my dad's dream girl is right there.
People who are disappointed with this deal, and it's not just Democrats, it's the whole spectrum of Republicans from, MAGA America First Republicans to traditional neocon Republicans who are concerned that it doesn't actually get rid of this ballistic missile program, the proxy forces, the regime change, which were the initial promises of this war. And I think also that big Axios report last night was meaningful, where they said that CIA Director Ratcliffe, Rubio, and Hegseth, based on American intelligence, were doubting the kind of results they thought we could get out of this deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Jessica, let me address a couple things, because I think you're making the same mistake, unfortunately, that a lot of the Iranian propagandists make when they talk about this,
Like
which
the
is
Wall Street Journal?
they talk about the benefits to the Iranians without any of the things the Iranians would have to give up and have to change in order to get those benefits. So you mentioned a $300 billion fund. I got to be very clear about this. Not a single cent of American money under any circumstance, no matter what the Iranians do.
Yeah, basically, we're not giving the Iranians reparations, and we shouldn't. The Iranians should be giving us reparations for doing all the terrible things that they've done over the years, in all actuality. The Iranian government's done a lot of terrible crap. So, if anything, Iran owes us money. Just saying. Just saying. Is that so wrong? Is it wrong?
Laugh out loud.
Small Wiener Gang. Nah, but JD Vance is the man, dude. JD Vance is the GOAT.
Laugh out loud.
Asmund
No,
Gold,
Iran
so
owes us money, dude.
unapologetic.
Iran owes us money. Dude, Iran owes us big time. Are you kidding me? Hello?
Laugh out loud.
Goes.
Give me a moment. Chili. I love chili. I tell you what.
To Iran, not a single cent of American money.
Other money.
Well, here's what this says. This says, for example, let's say that the United Arab Emirates, who have been a great ally, let's say they want to invest in a power plant in Iran. What this deal provides is that if the Iranians have done everything we require them to do, then we will allow the United Arab Emirates to do that. Because they can't do that right now without American approval. So we're fundamentally saying if the Iranians transform how they interact with the world, we will transform how the world economy interacts with Iran. But if they don't do...
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Iran has to actually stop acting a fool. They got to stop acting like a third world country. Iran's got to get their crap together. They can't just be threatening every single country. They can't just be funding terrorism. They can't do that. That's got to stop at some point. It's got to stop at some point.
Do any of that stuff, they don't get any of these benefits. So I think all the Democrats who are saying, well, the Iranians get all these things, they don't get anything unless there's been a complete transformation of how Iran interacts with the world. That would be a huge win for America. And to Jesse's point, if they don't do any of these things, we don't give them anything, they don't receive anything, their nuclear program is still destroyed, their military is still destroyed, their missile program and industrial base is still destroyed. Yep. We fundamentally have transformed the Middle East, whether they comply or not.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, dude, Vance is spot on, dude. Vance is spot on with that. Straight up.
This is just icing on the cake, assuming they do all the right things.
Can I just say quick? And then obviously it goes
assuming
to
they
Greg.
do, which
So I guess two things. One, there's already been reporting that the Qataris have been paying off the Iranians
Not
to
true.
get them to.
I've seen the report, by the way, and we have a great relationship with the Qataris. It's just
no money has exchanged hands. Iran has not gotten a single dollar from any Gulf partners. Okay, and again, lots of criticism from the Republican side of this as well. It is a bipartisan concern.
Well, I think, look, some of the criticism.
Hey, at least there's a freaking deal. As long as there's a deal and it's being signed actively, then great. I don't see what everybody's problem is. I really don't. I'm trying to understand where everybody's coming from here. And Jessica Tarlov with her low IQ takes. We'll keep going.
Criticism comes from the fact that if Donald Trump were elected the supreme leader of Iran, the Democrats would still say that the United States had lost this. There is a fundamental refusal to acknowledge how much has changed in the Middle East over the last few months. And
it's all because Donald Trump successfully defanged Iran. Defanging Iran was probably one of the smartest things that Trump ever did. Good for him. If you have a weak Iran, that's good for the Middle East. A weak Iran is incredibly, incredibly good for the Middle East.
And again, that assumes that nothing else happens. But if this deal actually comes to fruition, meaning if the Iranians actually comply with it, we have transformed the Middle East in a way that is amazingly beneficial for both the American people, but also the people of the Gulf.
Give me one moment. Let's go, dude. Let's roll. We got this, man. We got this.
Greg Gutfeld, it's your turn.
Well, I think I speak for a lot of people that I find a lot of these details really tedious. I mean, the results are already kind of obvious. These guys are going to figure it out, you know, and if you show the plan to the media, they're going to criticize it.
Well, the media is going to poke holes in anything they get. Even if it was a perfect plan, they'd probably make up some stupid reason why it's not. Look, Trump's doing the best he can, and honestly, Trump's doing a good job. Is it perfect? No, it's not. But it's effective.
If you don't show it to them, they're going to criticize it. You can't win. Worst of all, the media and the Dems are the last people on earth to talk about a lack of transparency. They covered the Biden White House with a tarp. They ran interference on his administration, which was a Trojan horse for some of the most radical policies in the history of this country, from the border to biology. So save me your complaints. You know, and by the way, you think that Trump doesn't want to talk about it? He talks about everything. Obviously, this is a procedural thing. But again, who are you to pick on this plan after looking the other way for almost 5 decades?
Oh, yeah. And the media has not acknowledged how toxic and terrible Iran has been to the Middle East. They have not acknowledged that at all. And they should. They absolutely should. Will it happen? Probably not.
This has been a violent open sore on the planet forever, and Trump lanced it, and now you're complaining about what's in the little deal, what's going on here, blah, blah, blah. I already know some things. I can see things with my own eyes. The Iran military is decimated, infrastructure is gone, the economy is in a shambles, which means, as Jesse points out, the world's biggest state sponsor of terror isn't in operation. One way to stop an agent of chaos is putting their entire existence in chaos. And Trump kind of already knows. He does that all the time. He's like, if somebody's messing with him, you just make their life difficult. Did that with Iran. You can complain all you want, but that is a concrete success story. You can see with your eyes. Iran isn't sponsoring any terror. They can barely sponsor a Little League team. I've asked.
All right.
Be sure to like and subscribe for
Dude, Greg Gutfeld is a jewel, dude. I love Greg Gutfeld, dude. He's the man. I'm a huge Gutfeld fan. I love him. Now, here's another clip from Fox News that came out. Let's see. J.D. Vance, this is out of control. Let's take a listen.
The FBI busting a terror plot to attack President Trump's UFC event, using explosives drones to create panic, and then herd people into a kill zone where a sniper's nest would open fire. More than 4,000 people were at the White House and around 80,000 at a nearby watch party. 5 suspects are in custody. You're looking at...
This is crazy, man. The fact that this terror unit of buffoons, this looks like the Three Stooges right here. The Three Stooges, bro, right here, all in one photo.
3 of them, with more than 10 people total believed to be involved. You're also looking at some of the deadly weaponry that they wanted to use to unleash chaos, including thousands of rounds of ammunition. Agents say the suspects did their homework with aerial maps and photos of locations around the White House. But President Trump's unfazed by yet another alleged attempt on his life.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. President, were you briefed on the attack plans for the UFC event at the White House? The FBI thwarted an attack.
I haven't heard about it, no. But I watched, the attack that I watched were the fighters. And he saw it too, by the way. He was sitting back home in his beautiful palace and he was watching that. And they were as good a fights as I've ever seen, right? The best fight. The best. They were. That last fight was brutal.
Did you watch?
He's bonding. You know, I will say that Trump is bonding with all these other countries pretty well, which is good. I mean, it's amazing. I love it. Keep it up, dude. Keep it up.
Any of the fight? You weren't there, were you?
I was there.
You were there.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was there. I watched all the fights.
I mean, they had a lot of security there.
There was a lot of security there. So I found out about this like the president for the first time this morning. And it turns out the plot was like not that advanced. They weren't in town. They had not really done that much planning. And so I get why people are so fascinated by it. I do think the political violence and rhetoric in this country is completely out of control. But thank God we've got good law enforcement.
Yeah. And the rhetoric needs to end at some point. the crazy political rhetoric, the violence, I should say, that's got to end at some point.
Good FBI, because it didn't even get close to the point of execution. We're protected. Like, we have so many layers of protection. I mean, hell, we have 50, sorry, FCC violation. We have 50 Secret Service agents just in this room. But what I do worry about is, like, a lot of people could have got hurt if these guys pulled this off. Not in the inner circle, not in the security detail protection, but there were 80,000 people. And those are just innocent human beings. They never asked to be involved in politics. And the fact that people were targeting them just shows how despicable the political violent rhetoric is in this country.
And an amazing...
Yeah, it's gotten a little too crazy. It's absolutely... The violent rhetoric from both sides, I'm talking about the extremist movements on both sides. I will admit, I feel like the left is far more extreme. I should say the far left is more extreme than the far right. There just feels like there's more people. I should say more buffoons on the far left.
Job by the FBI, Kash Patel, again, getting out in front of it so it never materialized.
Yes, and obviously we have to be right every single time. They only have to be right once, and it wasn't advanced. Right. But there is a strain of the far left that is going down the road of becoming America's Hezbollah, and it's not good. It's not good for any of us. It's not good for our safety. It's not good for these young people. Look at these guys; their lives ruined because they wanted to participate in a plot to take down the president.
And this is it's ridiculous. If you're plotting that, you're a terrible person. You shouldn't be plotting those things. Hell no. It's just like, it's so insane. It really is insane. I mean, luckily the plan wasn't advanced. I mean, anytime leftists get together and they try to plot and they try to plan out some sort of terrorist activity, they always fail because they're stupid people. They're low IQ people. If you believe that communism is a good idea, you're a low IQ person. You're a flat earther in my eyes.
They did have plans. I mean, I hope that they throw the book at them and that they get in trouble for a long time. They wanted to go after capitalist pigs. They're probably triggered by the SpaceX IPO. They probably support Luigi Mangione, probably have his T-shirts on, and all of that goes back to other things that we've seen in the past few years, including Charlie Kirk's murder. Yeah. And we could go on and on from that. The one thing I would maybe just ask is, obviously this wasn't advanced, but with FISA not passed, and it's opaque, and so you cannot collect that kind of data, so that we had the open border for 4 years, so you don't know who all is in the country. Well, hopefully we do, but...
I mean, dude, Biden leaving the door open for 4 years was that was the crowning achievement. That was the crowning achievement of the Biden administration, was leaving the border open for 4 freaking years. The reason, some people are wondering, oh, why is everybody hating on Biden? Because Biden was a terrible president. I hate to break it to you guys. Biden was not a good president. He was very crappy. And the reason that Donald Trump won in a landslide against Kamala is because Kamala was Biden 2.0. In fact, you could argue that maybe she was worse. I don't know. Either way, whether she was worse or better than Biden, it wouldn't have been by much. It wouldn't have been by much. They're basically, they come from the same, they're cut from the same cloth. All right? They're cut from the same cloth.
But I mean, it's hard to track them all. And then if any of the characters from outside of the country are trying to call one of those guys to get them to do something, we need that program.
Yeah, exactly. So if somebody had been engaged in foreign terrorist activities, communicating with these guys, we would actually be kind of blind to it right now, because FISA has lapsed and FISA has expired. I'm a big believer that if you're going to, of course, wiretap an American citizen, you got to have a warrant. But if you have...
Oh, yeah, you should.
Some crazy person outside the country planning a terrorist attack, we've got to be able to get access to that information right away. It's one of the reasons why, we care so much about this particular program. But here's the crazy thing. Even though you're right, like, it's not like they were in Washington, D.C. with guns, ready to start lighting people up. They had the violent intent, and they were planning on doing it. And what matters so much is that even though clearly they weren't able to pull it off this time, if we had arrested those guys, God knows what would happen a month down the road, 3 months down the road. The one thing I'll say, Dana, is yes, their lives are ruined because they decided to plot a violent attack. Looking at their photos, I don't think their lives were in great shape before.
Yeah, that's true.
the arrests.
Unfortunately for them.
Another reason, Jessica, you need the big, beautiful ballroom. It's a drone port. So you can then launch drones to counter any sort of attack.
Yeah.
I hear Jessica's actually a big fan of the ballroom.
I heard too.
Was I improperly briefed, Jessica?
You were, and it's the taxpayer-funded ballroom, just to mention that, about a half of it. Listen, this is...
No, it's not. I thought none of it was actually funded by the taxpayer. I feel like that's a lie. I mean, maybe she's right. I don't know, but I feel like that's a lie.
Been a problem for a long time and just growing exponentially. So Obama got 3 times the number of threats and 11 credible assassination plots. Then it went up under Trump. I think Biden, had some, but not as much, and then Trump again. So obviously we have a real problem with this. And I think also the amount of conspiracy theorists and conspiracy theories that are flying around on the left and the right when things like this do happen, like Butler, for instance, or even what we saw at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where people thought that that was staged, is such an unhealthy place for us to be as a country. I think part of that is, more transparency and making sure that people know what's actually going on, and then also people in positions of power doing the right thing and coming out. Like, I appreciate that you said this actually wasn't that far along, right? Like, we were safe and the event was safe, because I think that people do want to, mix it up, stir it up. They want that algorithm to be juiced in, whatever partisan direction you're in, and for it to turn into President Trump almost died, or, Obama almost died, et cetera. So.
Be sure to like.
Pretty much, man. Pretty much. Any other clips of sexy JD Vance? Oh, everyone wants a piece of 47. Let's take a look. Our boy Jesse Waters released 33 minutes ago, dude.
Donald Trump walked into the G7 and the whole world fell in line. Literally.
Yeah. Stud, man. Trump's the man, dude.
Oil's down to $70 a barrel. Dow's smashing records. Iran signed on the dotted line, and Trump did it all before dinner, which, by the way, is on Macron.
I was leaving in the afternoon, and then the French president, who happens to be a very nice man, invited me to dinner at Versailles. And Versailles is not a gold leaf. Versailles is the real deal. And I said, I'd like to do it. I mean, all it means is that I get home later in the evening, meaning early in the morning, and I'm not a big sleeper anyway.
Everybody wants a piece of 47. Qatar's first in line. This time, they didn't bring a check. They brought a fortune.
Qatar is going to be investing much more than $1 trillion in the United States. We have over 18. It's going to be 19.4 or so when it figures out.
Wild.
We set a record. There's never been anything like it. No country in history has had that kind of investment.
The Germans couldn't swing those numbers, so they went custom.
Dude, he got a custom jersey. That's sick, dude.
The boys got right down to business. Trade, tariffs, Taiwan. Try again. Everybody wanted to talk about Iran. Now, 47 certainly knows how to work a room abroad. It's Washington that's nasty.
Very nice-looking person. Is he from your country? Is he from your country? Absolutely. No, he's got such a nice way about him. My people are so mean. The handsome guy can put him. Be careful. No, I can put him in a movie right now.
Dude, Trump is glazing, my man, dude. My boy's glazing. I love it, bro. Dude, I fully support Trump at this point, dude. Trump's the man, dude. Trump's but not he's the best president of all time. Celebrity around the world. People love him now because he managed to bring peace in to the Middle East. He brought peace through strength by defanging Iran. Now that Iran is completely defanged, the world can sleep soundly at night.
Trump knows when you run the room, you set the volume. And 47's barely moving his mouth.
How we can make our relationship even better. We love it. Thank you, my friend. See, when you're that rich, you can speak that lowly. I was just wondering, can anybody hear that? But when you're so rich, you have such confidence that you don't have to do any strain to the voice. He's great.
When it comes to Iran, Trump's not whispering. He wants the whole world to read his lips, word for word.
Trump's just like, dude, I'm winning. Trump is basically saying that he's winning. He's kicking butt, dude. My man's kicking butt.
Not only release it, I'll probably have a press conference and read it to you word by word so that the press covers it accurately.
Oh, hold on. I'm going to get a little more chili. Chili noodles. I'm also going to drink some water. Oh, my mussy. Ooh, I might be able to win against my buddy Jake. Hold on, you guys. We'll react to more stuff here in just a second. I got to see if I could beat my boy Jake real quick. Hold on. Give me 1 second, okay? Hey, the Pug Plug. You're welcome, dude. I'm always glad to be your source of news, brother. You're the man, dog. You're the man. We got the Pug Plug in the house. Okay. I might be able to win against Jake on this one. Holy crap. One moment. Ooh. Ooh, woo. Ooh, woo. Ah, shit. Well, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't know how to do it. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Well, I guess I could always threaten the queen. The more I threaten the queen, the better. All right, I'm taking a bit of a risk. I'm threatening the queen. In chess. Okay. What's up? We got Lou the chicken dude. What up, bro? Hell yeah. We got our boy in the house, dude.
Laugh out loud.
Hey, Lou the chicken dude just sent him $100. Thank you for the $100, man. I appreciate you. Mucho apreciado, bro.
Because it's a very important document, and unlike Obama, who could have destroyed the Middle East with a horrible JCPOA, it is the worst agreement That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Mine is a wall against a nuclear weapon. He paid a fortune for it. We paid nothing.
Every leader at the G7 flew in for one thing: Iran. They want this deal done yesterday. But Trump's not in any rush. We've already gotten everything we wanted. 90% of their missiles are destroyed. 85% of their defense plants are gone, so they can't rearm. No Navy.
Which is amazing, by the way. Go Trump, dude. Go mother effing Trump, dude. I told you guys he'd find a way. I was skeptical about the deal, though. I thought he was going to have to finish the job militarily speaking. But he finished the job, dude. He finished the job, dude. Hell yeah. Job's done, dude.
No Air Force, no air defense. And most importantly, no nukes. Ever. Their uranium's buried. All 3 nuke sites, the caves, the tunnels, their secret chambers, collapsed. Their centrifuges shattered. Their nuclear scientists all dead. They can't enrich because they can't get down there. Only we can. Yep. And if we extract it and destroy it, they get sanctions relief. But if we don't, doesn't matter. The dust's in a grave that the Persians can't penetrate.
Mm-hmm. Has Iran said they would welcome the U.S. coming in? How specific have they said?
Iran will be just fine. What's happening is that at an appropriate time, there's no rush at all. We have cameras from space on it. We know everybody that goes there, which is like nobody. The B-2 bombers hit it. The entire mountain collapsed inside it. It's a very tough excavation.
Trump's not stressed. On Friday, the Strait opens. War's over. And oil's flowing.
Hell yeah.
Ships are starting to move now. We're going to have it fully open. But
Strait of Hormuz is open back up for biz, dude. It's opening back up for biz. Hell yeah. Iran is cooked.
By Friday, the ships are starting to move nicely. Oil is starting to go, and the prices are coming down rapidly. Stock market is going up rapidly. A lot of good things are happening.
I still think Iran is going to screw up this deal, though. They're going to do something really, really dumb. I think that Iran is going to do something extremely stupid. We'll see.
Most importantly, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
The Obama deal was 159 pages long. The media didn't even read it. They just called it genius. And what did it actually do? It built the runway for an Iranian nuke and paid for it. They could enrich, they could stockpile. They had missiles galore to protect their precious nuke program. Now, they don't have a nuke program. You can't enrich what you can't touch. Trump's deal, a page and a half. No room for fine print and no room for a nuke. The only way Iran gets money unfrozen is if they do what we tell them. If they make mischief, which they might, the bank closes, the blockade goes up, and it's bombs away. Kamala says she wishes the Ayatollah was still rich, armed, and alive.
If you were president...
Kamala's terrible, by the way. She would have been the worst president of all time. Worst.
And does that war even happen?
So are we going to have this conversation?
Oh my God, she's cringy. Cringe. Full of cringe.
I'm happy to.
Sure, yeah.
First of all, this is a war the American people did not want. This is a war of choice.
But to be clear, if you were president, you never start this war.
Absolutely not.
Because she doesn't have the ability to see 15 minutes ahead of herself. That's it. She doesn't have the ability to think beyond 15 minutes. Wow. Insane.
Absolutely not.
Trump's creating a new world order. And if our allies don't play ball, they get a spanking.
Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody. Because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah.
Now, when it comes to Hezbollah, he's got a better idea.
I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. Because to be honest with you, I think they do a better job of doing it.
Whatever happens, if Iran can't control Hezbollah, no sanctions relief. So they either tell them to stand down and get paid, or they let them fight, they die, and they don't.
We have the cards, and if they don't honor the commitment, we'll figure out what to do when we get there.
I would say that means go back and resume bombing.
It could.
It could be. And he would, I don't think he would hesitate.
It could mean the blockade goes back on, Sean. It could mean a lot of things, but what the president has said is he doesn't want to do those things.
Now, I'm down for it to go back up if it needs to. If that blockade needs to go back up, it goes back up. That's all there is to it. Just depends on what Iran's move is. Are they going to be suicidal? I don't know. I have no idea what Iran's government's going to do. Their regime. It's tough to say what they're going to do. We don't know. We have zero clue.
He wants Iran to be a normal country. They've got to act like it.
And if Iran gets frisky, read his lips just one more time.
They will not develop, purchase, buy, or any other thing. They're not going to acquire a nuclear weapon. If they do, all hell will rain down on them.
Everything's breaking Trump's way. Iran's nuclear ambitions are toast, their military's been throttled, and their economy sustained $1 trillion in damage. Every objective Trump laid out on the very first day of the war has been achieved. But because Iran's a police state and severely wounded, they're cherry-picking from the term sheet and spinning that they're getting all this money up front as part of a PR campaign to save face. JD was on the 5 today and addressed those leaks. Listen.
Yeah, so Jessica, let me address a couple things, because I think you're making the same mistake, unfortunately, that a lot of the Iranian propagandists make when they talk about this,
Like
which
the
is
Wall Street Journal?
they talk about the benefits to the Iranians without any of the things the Iranians would have to give up and have to change in order to get those benefits. So we're fundamentally saying if the Iranians transform how they interact with the world, we will transform how the world economy interacts with Iran. But if they don't do any of that stuff, they don't get any of these benefits.
Yeah.
So don't be a panicking. Primetime's been briefed on the deal. You know the damage that's been done to the enemy. You've seen it. You've heard it. You'll see the text soon, word for word. Jim, be sure to like.
I love it, man, dude. Jesse Waters is on point. Well, I'm happy, man. Trump got the deal done, dude. Trump got the deal done.
Josh, what was going through your mind when Harden hit himself with the ball in the head? At first, I was just kind of lost because I was just like, why? I didn't know why he was so mad. Because, like, you know, like, obviously, I think I was trying not to foul.
Let's take a look and see what else we can. Oh, Jack Keane, dude. I think that Jack Keane is going to be disagreeing with the what do you call it? With the peace deal. I think that he's pissed off because the current Iranian regime is still in power. I think that's making him upset, and I can't say I blame him. Look, I kind of get it. There's part of me that actually does get it. But Jack, peace had to happen at some point.
Welcome back. A potential sticking point threatening to derail a U.S. deal with Iran. It involves Israel's military presence in Lebanon. Iran is signaling there is no final agreement without Israeli withdrawal. Iranian foreign minister saying...
Come on, Israel. Get out of there, man. Get out of there. I still don't think we should do a deal with Iran. I really don't. I think doing a deal with Iran is stupid.
Until then, the war has not fully ended. Israel rejecting that demand outright, insisting its forces will stay as long as the threat from Hezbollah remains. For more on this, we are joined by retired 4-star General Jack Keane. He's the chairman at the Institute the Institute for the Study of War. He's also a Fox News senior strategic analyst. General, as always, great to see you.
Yeah, delighted to be here, Bill.
So, Vice President J.D. Vance has been going around different media tours recently talking about what is and isn't in this deal. He says part of the agreement is that nuclear inspectors will be able to go back into Iran and verify that they aren't restarting their program. Take a listen.
All right.
Will nuclear inspectors be allowed back in?
Yes, absolutely. That's, in fact, one of the core parts.
Yeah, they absolutely should have nuclear inspectors back in there, because you don't want, dude, the last thing that we want is a nuclear Iran. That's the last thing any of us want. That's the last thing any of us should want. We do not want a nuclear Iran.
So the agreement is that the IAEA and the United States are going to help Iran destroy the highly enriched stockpile, and that's something that's spelled out very clearly in the MOU.
Is there a date? Has a date been set on when inspectors will be allowed into Iran?
Well, that's one of the things we're going to talk about on Friday.
General, you heard him say that they're going to help the IAEA and the U.S. destroy the enriched uranium. In your opinion, do you think it's realistic that Iran is ever going to let the U.S. get in there and either take that uranium out or destroy it, or is that wishful thinking?
They may allow it. I don't know. I think it might be wishful thinking, though, because I think Iran is still dangerous. Yeah, it's tough to say.
Well, we don't know for sure. I mean, obviously that's our intent, and we got the right intent here. Listen, and we have got to be part of the inspection team. Iran has so manipulated the IAEA through the years that I don't have a lot of faith in them, to be frank. And what it's got to be, it's got to be anywhere, anytime inspections. What the inspection protocol was about in the past is Iran defined where to inspect, when to inspect, and how long to inspect. And then when we had information through intelligence sources that we fed to the IAE and told them, look, there's a secret site over here that you should have access to, because we believe something is being developed there in terms of enrichment, or there's advanced centrifuges there, or whatever it was. And in all those cases, that intelligence was likely very good. And guess what? Iran said, no deal. That's not part of the protocol. So we have to be on the ground. It has to be driven by our and the Mossad's intelligence apparatus. And we go any place we want, when we want, for as long as we want. And if we can't do that, we don't have verification. And we have to have verification. This idea that somehow we may be dealing with a different regime and its behavior is something we're going to be able to adjust to and accommodate is an absolute absurdity.
Yeah.
This is a diabolical, tyrannical regime. And they
Yeah, and it's really tough to negotiate with that kind of regime. So I don't know. I'm very wary of the peace deal. I just don't trust it. I'm very wary of it right now. And I think we all should be. Frankly. But we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. The Lakers and LeBron James are reportedly negotiating a new contract. I don't know, dude. I think that's a bad idea. Bad idea for the Lakers, dude. Bad call, dude. Bad call. But we shall see, man.
They are clearly feel the pressure on them from the United States military operations. Just last week, 2 bombing campaigns to get them to this deal, and obviously the economic warfare that the blockade and what Secretary Besson is doing, which is extraordinary. They feel all of that pressure. But believe me, the nature of the regime has not changed. And we have got to be clear-eyed in dealing with these guys. What they say...
Without a doubt, dude. Like, look, you can't trust the Iranian regime, period, end of story. There's nothing there that you can trust. So, best thing you could do, stay wary of them. I don't know.
What they do are 2 different things. They cannot be trusted. We have to enforce compliance.
To your point about all that pressure, obviously hindsight is 2020, but do you think President Trump should have ever entered into that ceasefire back in April, or should he have just kept his pedal to the metal, wiped out all their military targets to keep up maximum pressure with these negotiations?
Yeah, I definitely feel that is what we should have done. We had 2 weeks to go, 25% of the targets. We really had significant pressure. We could have finished the offensive operation, accomplished the assigned mission, and then began the defensive operation to open the Straits of Hormuz. And I think people at the time were very concerned about the Straits. A single drone is going to stop the operation being successful. That is completely unfounded. I think now that they've seen us work through a lane there and have a lot of success with it and defeat everything that's come at them. I mean, we haven't seen a fast boat in like 4 weeks because we defeated all the fast boats that came at it, and same thing with the drones. We could have done that operation, and I think in hindsight, people will recognize that's what we should have done and just continued the military operation. But that's not.
Yeah, I think we should have. Look, as much as I wanted a peace deal, I don't know. As much as I wanted a peace deal, I think it was a good thing that we basically, I don't know. We did take out their military, though. That's the most important thing. We defanged Iran. Once you defang Iran, dude, you're pretty much good to go. Okay, dude, Middle East is safe. Because you don't have the bully of the Middle East, which is Iran, effing shit up, dude. You just made the Middle East a lot safer. Congratulations, man. That's exactly what needed to be done.
Not where we are. There's no sense looking in the rearview mirror here. What we need to make certain of, we're on a diplomatic path. Let's get the strongest possible diplomatic solution to this that we can. This best deal, President Trump knows how to get a good deal. There's been a lot of stuff flying around about what's wrong with the deal, and particularly the negotiating positions. Not all of that has come from Iran. I have friends in the media who I trust, and their sources were impeccable in terms of people in the administration that had some concerns about our negotiating positions. And those things were flying around as well. The administration has absorbed that, certainly. And I think we're on a path here, but we got to be really tough and know who we're dealing with in Iran. We've got them on their knees, and let's finish this as much as we possibly can using a very strong deal with Iran to get the original, as much of the original objectives achieved here as we can.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if we finally get some clarity of what's in this deal on Friday. So
Jack mother effing Keane. What a stud, dude.
We don't have to speculate on leaks anymore, to your point. General Jack Keane, great to see you as always. Thanks for your insight.
Yeah, good talking to Bill. Thanks.
Be sure to like and subscribe for
Pompeo warns Trump, don't take your foot off Iran's neck. Okay.
All right, President Trump is about to cap off another busy day at the G7 summit with.
Let's watch it, dude. Let's goon.
A dinner between world leaders, and at the center of his conversations is, of course, the U.S. deal with Iran set to be.
Oh, before we proceed further, don't forget to tap the gift button. The more gifts we get, the better. The more gifts this channel gets, the stronger. The more sensual the show gets. Maybe not sensual, but the more powerful the show gets. So don't forget to tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner or send a super chat. Super chats or gifts, we accept both super chats and gifts. So send a super chat, send a gift. You get noticed no matter what. We like to give praise where praise is due. And we like to glaze when a glaze is due. Am I a glazer, you guys? Do I glaze a little too much? I glaze. I'm glazing. But yeah, if you guys can, send a gift, send a super chat. It really helps.
Formally signed on Friday. Our senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy is reporting live in Geneva, Switzerland on all of that for us. Hello, Peter.
And Sandra, as we look ahead to that signing ceremony at a resort in...
Okay, Peter Doocy, I'm sorry. There's just no way this guy's... look, allegedly, there's no way this guy could be straight. Peter Doocy might be the most effeminate straight man I've ever seen. Seriously. Peter Doocy, in my opinion, may be the most effeminate straight man I've ever seen.
In Luzerne, Switzerland on Friday, we should not expect to see J.D. Vance.
Yeah, dude, just like E.T. says, send those gifts, send those super chats. The more super chats and gifts we get, the better. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one.
Handing a big check over to his Iranian counterparts. President Trump is explaining here on the sidelines of the G7 that there is a difference between giving Iran $300 billion and letting them have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund.
We're allowed to go and invest if we wanted to someday in the future. We have no obligation whatsoever. It could be that Iran will turn out to be successful when they have oil. But
maybe not.
We left a week ago, just left, before the last two attacks. It would have taken them 20 years to rebuild Iran. So, but I'll go over the document with the media in a couple of days.
And this is what the president is getting at. The Wall Street Journal has an item that just crossed a few minutes ago. The U.S. will allow Iran to immediately begin selling oil and fuel under the deal to end the war, offering Tehran an early financial incentive to wind down the conflict. People familiar with the agreement said the provision for waivers on sanctions on oil sales takes effect immediately upon signing the agreement.
That's wild, man. So the provision for waivers of sanctions on oil sales takes effect immediately upon signing the agreement this week. That's cray-cray. Crazy.
This week, and that fits with the two-step process the vice president's been talking about. Step one, Iran stops pursuing a nuke. Step two, Iran gets to rejoin the global economy. Something that President Trump needs, though, is the elimination of enriched uranium. He told us a few weeks ago.
Yes, honestly, getting rid of the enriched uranium, smart move. That would be the key. I know it's buried, so I don't know how we're going to get to it specifically, but Trump's got a plan. By the way, if you guys think that Trump is the man, double tap your screen to like the stream. If you guys think that Trump is the GOAT for getting the Iran peace deal underway, double tap your screen if you believe that he's the greatest of all time. And by the way, if you think that Joe Biden's the worst president of all time, please double tap your screen if you think Joe Biden was a terrible president. Come on, man.
He has decided against a mission to go and take the so-called nuclear dust out, but he does want it done away with in place.
We have the equipment. We're in no rush, but we get it, and when we get it, we'll destroy it.
Is that part of
We're not looking to take it.
Trump's a smart man, dude. My boy's smart.
We're looking to destroy it. We have plenty of it.
And it seems like one possibility for the complete lack of specific details surrounding this memorandum of understanding so far is that the details don't exist. We're hearing from the president, we're hearing from J.D. Vance that it is a very general document. So it's possible that we don't have details because nobody does. Sandra.
And that could be a problem. We'll be watching for more of those details. Peter Doocy, thank you. John?
Sandra, let's...
Peter Juicy is what I call him. Peter Juicy, man. Give me 1 second, everybody. Give me a second. Hell yeah. Okay.
Reagan, former Secretary of State and Fox News contributor Mike Pompeo. Mr. Secretary, good to be with you this afternoon.
Mike Pompeo. Oh, God. Good Lord.
In terms of the details, we kind of know a broad framework of this memorandum of understanding. The president and other administration officials have said
I just want to say that J.D. Vance has been making the rounds all day, dude, and I'm all for it. I'm all here for it, man. JD
will be coming out. And in fact, this morning in Geneva, the president said this about it. Listen here.
I'll not only release it, I'll probably have a press conference and read it to you word by word. Unlike Obama, who could have destroyed the Middle East with a horrible JCPOA.
The JCPOA by Obama. Terrible. 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 Just saying. I think you guys know I'm right. You guys know I'm right.
It is the worst agreement. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Mine is a wall against a nuclear.
Exactly. Trump is trying to prevent Iran from being able to develop a nuclear weapon in any way, shape, or form. Brilliant. It sounds brilliant to me. Sounds good to me. I don't see what the problem is.
Nuclear weapon. I mean,
I think it sounds great.
These people say, but we already had one. That was the words. He paid a fortune for.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but Obama's, if I remember correctly, didn't the Obama bill make this worse, though? Didn't it give Iran the resources they needed to basically get the uranium they needed? Come on, man.
We pay nothing.
So we don't know.
Yeah, we basically give Iran no cash. We basically say, hey, you either do what we say or else.
We can compare it to the JCPOA, but certainly a lot of people are rushing to do so. Should they just hold their...
I mean, that's what I think that's what I think the whole situation is amounting to.
Fire until we know what's in it?
Well, John, it's great to be with you. Yeah, we should all just hold our fire. We should get a chance to see this document just as soon as possible. Everybody's out telling stories. The Iranians are out telling stories. The Israelis are out telling stories. There's reporters who think they've got the latest scoop. Let's see what the document actually says. President Trump can't go back to the JCPOA because he's already done far more than Barack Obama ever did. Right? The Iranians are far, far, far away from a nuclear weapon compared to where they were when President Obama and Secretary Kerry and Robert Malley and Wendy Sherman signed a horrible deal that put the whole world at risk. And so we're already in a better place. What I hope is that the stories that there's going to be a lot of money transferred to the regime because we think they're going to become a normal nation and they're going to give up their desire for a nuclear weapon. Mm-hmm. John, I must say, my interactions with the Iranians, my observations are that is not happening. They do not want to be a normal nation. They're not sorry for what they've done for the last 47 years. They are theocrats still intent on the destruction of Israel and the United States of America. And so we need to take down their capabilities. That means no money. That means an effort to make sure that it's very difficult for the regime to continue to kill its own people. If the deal can achieve that it will have been a successful outcome and a worthy campaign by President Trump and our military.
To your point there about the money and whether or not Iran should receive any, we hear that somewhere built into this deal, there's this idea of an up to $300 billion fund that would be fronted by Gulf nations to help Iran rebuild infrastructure.
I mean, there shouldn't be any fund. We should not. Iran deserves no money. Like, they need to rebuild on their own. And the reason for that is because we want them to rebuild on their own. We want the Iranian government, the Iranian regime, to go down. That's all there is to it.
Oil infrastructure, electricity infrastructure, if they play ball and they fundamentally change as a nation. Here's what the vice president said about that this morning.
You see the propagandists who are saying, here are all the things Iran gets. And the fine print, which actually the big print in the actual agreement is, they don't get any of that stuff unless they totally transform themselves as a country. And if they do, that's a huge win for everybody, for the region. If they don't, no skin off our backs.
I mean, obviously it would be a huge win for the region if Iran were to fundamentally give up its terrorist ideologies and its death to America and Israel mantra. And
yeah, we know they're not really giving that up, though. You got to think about it from this point of view. I mean, literally, death to America is written on the Iranian currency. Like, let that sink in. We may have a deal with them, but we are not an ally with them. And to be honest, I don't know if we ever should be. I just don't believe that a lot of the Middle East cultures are very compatible with the West.
Become a functional member of the community.
The problem is they just have a fanatical religion. They have a lot of fanatical zealots that are cray-cray. And, yeah, that's the way I see it.
Community of nations. But as you point out, there's very little chance of them doing that, which would mean, I guess, that there's very little chance of them getting any access to this fund.
Yes, if the vice president's statement is accurate, and the Iranians, importantly, and the Iranians understand it that way, which has yet to be seen. By the way, not just the Iranians, the people who matter, not the guy who's going to sign the agreement, the IRGC, who's firmly in control, and the Ayatollah. If those folks decide they want to become a normal nation,
the asshola Ayatollah.
Sign me up for folks going in there and investing. But, John, I have to tell you, it seems like the probability of that is very low to me.
Yeah.
So fair enough, they won't get any money. What I hope does not happen is that we take our foot off their neck while we have the chance to achieve an outcome that is extraordinary for the United States of America. And President Trump set the conditions for that by giving them money, whether that's through a
My man's setting the mood, dude. My man Trump setting the mood, dude.
Direct transfer or transfer from a third party, or even releasing things that they say, quote, is the Iranians' own money. That would be a mistake because, John, you've seen this before. We've seen this bad movie. That money is not going to provide health care, medicine, and food for the Iranian people. It is going to go to rebuild their missile program, rebuild the IRGC, buy more weapon systems from Russia.
I hate to say it, but he's right. I hate to say it, but this man's right. He's 100% correct. And it sucks that he's right. It sucks that he's right, man.
Russia and from China, that money that goes to the Iranian regime will be used for a bad purpose. If I'm wrong and the Iranians have turned over a new leaf, there would be no one who would be happier than me.
You know, I haven't seen many leopards actually change their spots, so I'm kind of with you on that. I wanted to ask you about this because this plot against the UFC Freedom 250 event on Sunday night really seems to be frightening because there were 4,300 attendees on the south lawn of the White House. 1,200 of those were active duty service members. And then just south of the south lawn on the ellipse, there were 85,000 people at a viewing party. If it had not been...
That's awesome, dude. A viewing party ticket? Hell yeah. But 4,300 people were in attendance watching that UFC fight. That's crazy.
For this mother in Ohio.
On the White House lawn, baby. Everybody was happy.
Ohio, who noticed suspicious activity by her son, firearm purchases, talking to nefarious people, not being able to tell her what was going on. God knows what could have happened.
John, this is absolutely frightening. Bless that mother for doing the right thing, if that's in fact how this all unfolded. Good work by the FBI. You know, it reminds me, John, when I was a CI director, how many times I saw amazing work by law enforcement, the FBI, by our intelligence partners around the world. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act that's now lapsed was often part of that. It may not have been here. We need to be ever vigilant. Terrorists now can have very cheap, very capable weapon systems. We've seen that in the Middle East and in Ukraine. We are in a very dangerous place with respect to this technology, and our law enforcement needs to be unleashed to make sure that we can continue to protect the American people from precisely the kind of threats that these people were trying to plot against the UFC that night.
Yeah, it really is frightening what this plot allegedly had planned. Mr. Secretary, always good to catch up with you. Thanks for spending time today.
Thank you, John.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Trump's kicking butt, dude. Oh, this is that video I saw the other day.
So tiny she could fit in the palm of my hand, and her back legs looked more like a rabbit's
What a sweet dog, dude.
than a dog's. The owner quietly told me there was something wrong with her and no one wanted to take her home.
How could, okay, first off, like, this dog is adorable. Even if the dog has some defects, this dog, it's a dog. Dogs are sweet. I'll never understand why people care. Like, I understand if the dog's got like a lot of medical issues and you don't have the ability to afford it, that's one thing. I understand. Get the dog in a home where they can get,
Look at this.
What a sweet baby. Look at that. Look at that face. I don't understand. It's just a sweet face. All dogs have sweet faces, man.
Then came the words I will never forget. If no one adopted her, she would be euthanized.
Oh. No, it's not what I want to hear, man. Yeah. Why would anybody want? Why would they? There's nothing wrong with this dog. There's nothing wrong with this dog, dude.
My heart sank. I looked at that tiny face staring back at me and knew I couldn't walk away.
Yeah, you can't. If they're telling you that dog's gonna get euthanized, you got to take that dog. You got to be like, okay, I'm taking him. I'm adopting this dog. That's the thing.
Without thinking twice, I picked her up and said she's coming home with me. From the moment I held her, she melted into my arms as if she had been waiting.
What a sweet face.
For me all along.
Oh. Dude, I want to cry, man. Seriously, this is oh.
Look at this. At our first veterinary visit, I learned she had short spine syndrome, a condition I had never even heard of. The doctor explained that her spine would never grow normally and gently warned me that she might only live 3 to 5 months.
Okay. I'm not even going to read the chat. I don't care what you guys are saying. I don't give a shit.
I drove home with tears in my eyes, wondering how something so small could already be fighting such a big battle. Come on!
I am praying that this dog is able to have a decent life. Please, please, I hope that's the result. I'm just glad that this sweet angel of a dog, this sweet angel was able to get at least a good home overall, man. I just
Good job. I promised myself that no matter how much time we had together, every day would be filled with love, but life had other plans. We returned for regular checkups, expecting bad news, yet every visit brought the opposite. Her heart was strong, her lungs were healthy, and she kept surprising everyone. Eventually, the veterinarian smiled and told me she could live a long, happy life. Oh my gosh, you're so
okay, that's good to hear. Man, I was expecting that would have just wrecked my heart, dude. That would have wrecked my heart. Like, that is a sweet dog, dude. Oh, hold on.
so cute.
Sweet little
Today,
thing.
Tilly weighs
Dog's sweet, man.
only 8.8 pounds, but she has the biggest personality I've ever
I look at that face. That sweet face.
seen. She makes us laugh every single day. Before eating a treat, she'll stare at it, circle around it, and suddenly pounce as if she's hunting wild prey.
I love it. Oh, what a sweet angel.
She has done that since the day I brought her home, and
I love this dog. This dog's amazing. Dude, this dog is amazing, dude. I am glad that when she went to the vet, she was able to figure out the dog's going to have a longer than expected life. Hopefully this dog gets to live years. Oh, I hope it's a lot of years.
and I've never seen another dog.
That's a sweet. That is the cutest dog in the world. I think what really hurts my heart is that nobody wanted to adopt this dog because the dog just looked different. They couldn't look past the fact that this dog had a short spine. And they were gonna euthanize this poor sweet angel. I don't understand how you can look at this dog and not just want to adopt or give it a good home. He's a sweet baby, man. I think I should volunteer. I think I should start volunteering at the animal shelters. You know, obviously I can't adopt any of these animals, but you know what? If I'm able to help these animals in some way, whether it's feeding them, whether it's anything, I really should consider it, man. I should, because I watched some of these videos and I'm thinking to myself, damn, I could even try to be an advocate for these dogs, you know?
Dog act quite like that.
And honestly, I could go down to the animal shelter and use the power of social media in my local area and try to get some dogs and cats adopted, you know? I think that would be good.
Because she's so unique, she has collected.
What a sweet baby. What a sweet dog, man.
More nicknames than I can count.
I love that face. Oh, that's such a great dude. This is amazing.
We call her rotisserie chicken because of the way she curls up, frog because of her funny little legs, and
Oh, that's too cute.
baby Taz because she's a whirlwind of energy. No matter what we call her, she always answers with the same bright eyes and wagging tail that make everyone smile.
Oh.
Tilly never wants to be far from me. She follows me from room to room and curls up beneath my chair while I work. At night, she'll quietly climb into bed, rest her head on my pillow, press her back against mine, and fall asleep. In those peaceful moments, I realize she isn't looking for comfort from me. She's giving it to me.
Oh, that face. Oh. I don't know why I'm getting so emotional, man. I know why. I think I know why. I don't know. This dog deserves the best life.
One more.
Those eyes, those sweet eyes. Oh my.
I take Tilly almost everywhere I go, and she has a way of winning over every person she meets. Strangers stop just to admire her. Children laugh at her funny walk, and adults can't believe how much joy such a tiny dog can bring. She has a gift for making people forget their worries, even if only for a moment. Oh my goodness. The little puppy that no one wanted became the greatest blessing I never knew I needed. The doctors once believed she had only months to live, but she has filled my life with years of laughter, love, and gratitude. Tilly reminds me every morning that life isn't measured by perfection or predictions. It's measured by the joy we share with those we love. And as long as I wake up to another day with Tilly, I know it's going to be a beautiful day. What is going on right now? Tilly came into my life as the puppy no one believed in, but she taught me one of life's greatest lessons. Sometimes the smallest souls leave the biggest footprints on our heart. Every extra day with her feels like a gift, and every laugh she brings reminds me never to give up on hope. Now bring it to me.
Oh. Oh man, that dog's so sweet, man.
If Tilly's journey touched your heart, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. By sharing stories like hers, we can inspire more people to open their hearts to animals who simply need one chance. And if you've ever loved...
Dude, that... Oh. All right, that's enough emotional. That's enough emotional videos. Oh. That's enough videos for the day. Well, at least it's enough animal videos, because that okay. Okay. So Bricks and Minifigs lawsuit is over, and it's his fault. Oh, let's see. Oh, I'm curious.
Bricks and Minifigs,
by the way, this lawsuit's going down the toilet.
Just sealed their own fate. They just sabotaged the lawsuit that they are bringing up against Reckless Ben. And it's all because of our boy, Eamon McNeff, the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs, because we've seen him during this whole saga, this whole insane series, repeating his mistakes, going on different interviews, and not being very careful with what he's saying, straight up lying at times, and overall just being really foolish and making bad choices, trying to win the court of public opinion, but failing miserably. But this
we already can't stand this guy.
Screw up, this mistake.
I look at this guy and I think this guy's scum of the earth. I mean, this dude's scum of the earth, bro. That's all I got to say. That's all I need to say. All I want to say.
Is probably his worst one yet, because it's not just a lie that he is caught on and he will receive public backlash for. It is something that has real legal implications for him and very likely could cost him the lawsuit against Reckless Ben, or at least a big part of it. So that being said, credits to Legal Bites. She does a really good video on this, and without her video of this, I would have no idea what was even going on here. So first of all, let's start, it doesn't start with Eamon here. This is kind of Reckless Ben, and whether he had this idea in mind or not at the time, in his original video, when he makes these allegations against Bricks and Minifigs, he doesn't only blame Bricks and Minifigs of stealing a $200,000 Lego collection from Brian Mansell. He also claims that the police are in on it. And while you might look at that and think, okay, that's a little bit more risky to also claim like police corruption and
oh, there was absolutely police corruption in those videos. It was insane, just like the level of police corruption in those videos. I was actually pretty shocked. I was surprised by all of it. I was like, dude, come on, man.
Stuff, well, it actually helps them in this case because mentioning something that is involved with government actually raises the burden of proof or evidence for Bricks and Minifigs. If Ben didn't mention the police at all in any of his videos, then Bricks and Minifigs wouldn't really have to prove as much to prove, the defamation is correct and really argue their case. The burden of proof would be much lower, and they would only have to prove that Ben was negligent in this. But because he mentioned the American Fork Police Department and Bricks and Minifigs brings them up in the lawsuit itself, now the burden of proof is much higher, and Bricks and Minifigs basically has to prove that there is real malice behind what Ben said. So basically they have to prove that when Ben was making these claims, he knew there was a high likelihood of them being false, he had some maybe ulterior motives, and his motives for making these claims didn't have any good reasons, and the things he said were false. So this in and of itself makes the case a lot harder from Bricks and Minifigs, at least the defamation side of things.
And well, there is no defamation. That's the thing. I mean, if anything, they're basically describing accurately what Bricks and Minifigs is all about at this point. Their CEO is a representation of the corruption of Bricks and Minifigs, and I hope I don't know how they're going to fire him as the CEO. I don't know how it works with Bricks and Minifigs or how their private corporate structure works. But that company's not lasting very long. That company's going down, dude. Period. End of story. Well, it's pretty obvious to me.
But it gets way crazier than that, and I'll talk about what Eamon did in just a little bit to sabotage his own lawsuit. But moving on, Utah also has a strong anti-SLAPP law. Now, if you didn't know, a SLAPP lawsuit is a strategic lawsuit against public participation. What that basically means
is a baseless legal claim filed to censor, intimidate, or silence critics. The goal is not to win, but to drain the target's financial resources and exhaust them until they abandon their criticism, protest, or reporting. You know what's funny? I remember in Reckless Ben's video that one of the dudes from Bricks and Minifigs, I can't remember if it was like Josh or whoever, was basically saying that, I think he said it to Brian Mansell, that we'll just sue you. And that you won't be able to compete against us in the suit. That's basically what they were saying initially in the original video. Crazy.
Is, when a company like Bricks and Minifigs tries to silence someone because what they're doing is bringing about like a big public outcry or a big public reaction, and it is, basically making waves. So if, a company's reputation is getting destroyed publicly because of someone making claims, then they might try to file a SLAPP lawsuit like this, and Utah actually has really strong anti-SLAPP laws. And quite a few states do, actually, because, a SLAPP lawsuit is basically trying to silence someone and overrule their First Amendment rights in a way. So this law protects speech on the matter of public concern. And because Reckless Ben made this video and it's kind of about, a public business that people go to buy or sell Lego, whatever it may be, then his claims could technically...
Here's the thing. All Reckless Ben did was expose the corruption of this company and of the American Fork Police Department in Utah. They basically exposed corruption and incompetency. And incompetency, by the way, in my opinion, is another form of corruption. Incompetency, if you're an incompetent person in a position that you shouldn't be in, that's a form of corruption. All right. Okay. Well, at least we know a few things about that lawsuit. Oh, no way. The rise in the fall of Discovery Zone. I remember Discovery Zone. Amazing. Freaking amazing. Hell yeah. Give me a few seconds. All right, let's see what this is about.
Our top story of the day. We are learning more about the FBI and what they say it disrupted. It could have been a catastrophic attack aimed at last.
That would have been crazy, by the way. If that would have actually came through. Was it a fart, ET? I don't know, dude. It might have been a fart. James Zellier? Carton dogs. What are you talking about, James? What are you talking about?
This weekend's White House UFC fight. At least 5 suspects have been arrested in connection with the alleged plans to attack the event with explosive drones before the storming of the White House. It was an elaborate plan, and it's just the latest in a series of threats and security incidents involving President Trump. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Kaylee McEnany here with my co-host, Emily Campagno. Also joining us, Kennedy, host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast, Lisa Booth, Fox News political analyst, and Paul Morrow, attorney, retired NYPD inspector, Fox News contributor, and host of the weekly rap sheet on Fox Nation. Well, over 4,000 people were at that UFC event at the White House on Sunday, including President Trump and many top immigration officials. Tens of thousands more were gathered at a watch party just outside the grounds. Officials outlined the alleged plot in court documents, writing, quote, the co-conspirators discussed using drones to drop explosives on the north side of the White House to create panic and funnel event attendees towards locations where the co-conspirators would have snipers prepared to kill certain high-value targets. The co-conspirators' murder plot.
That's insane. That is an insane plot, dude. I'm pretty sure those drones would have been shot down immediately, though.
Appears to have been motivated by their anti-government ideology. The motive is still under investigation, but one suspect allegedly told investigators that the goal was to target capitalist elites, billionaires, or politicians who received donations from the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Vice President J.D. Vance says he is not surprised by the alleged plot, especially in the current environment.
Oh, yeah.
So much of the far left rhetoric is driving itself towards violence. It spins people up into these crazy situations where they feel like.
And it's crazy. I go down when I went down to the boardwalk to hang out with TJ. The boomers down there are dicks. I just want to say that. The boomers down there at the boardwalk are complete a-holes. I had this guy calling me a PDF because I happen to think Trump's cool. And I was like, yeah, I think Trump's cool. And he called me a PDF. And he was like, you know, you're an effing boomer. I basically just laid in. I just basically gave him a piece of my mind. I was like, you're just a freaking old boomer who doesn't know any better. And I told him age doesn't equal wisdom. Age does not equal wisdom. I have met a lot of stupid ass old people that don't know shit about shit. Just because you're older, you may have been on this earth longer than me. But my God, I've met some dumb old people in my time. Just saying. That's the way I look at it. But, you know. But yeah. And by the way, I'm not a wise guy. I'm kind of a dummy. I'll admit it. I'm a little dumb. But yeah, I've always hated the term age equals wisdom. I think that that's not a very wise statement. I don't think age equals wisdom. I just don't believe that. I've met too many dumb old people for that just to be an untrue statement. And that's just the way I see it. Whether people want to see it that way, that's fine.
I'm not going to argue against somebody, or I'm not going to debate somebody, or even vote against a politician. I'm going to go and commit violence. It is unfortunately an inevitable consequence of some of the rhetoric that we're seeing. We're trying to look at the underground networks that drive towards this violence. 23 people do not get to the point where they're going to commit a mass terror incident in Washington, D.C. without some serious funding, without some serious coordination. And we've actually been trying to go with those networks of coordination because it's a terrorist plot.
This is extraordinary, Paul. There are 23 people. This was 12 FBI field offices. It was discovered just days before it happened, and it's chilling.
All right, so let's make a couple of points here real quick about this because we're in the early stages. I'd like to make a quick operational point and then ideology. First of all, operational. Understand that the global war on terror is no longer so global for America. It seems to have come home. It's being driven by the left. It's here, and this is where it's coming from, so you're going to have an apparatus that can penetrate that. Understand, to interdict something like this in a First Amendment society, before it happens, you have to penetrate the communications. You got to have people in there. I'm not going to give up all the tradecraft, but the bottom line is it's very, very difficult. This represents months and months, years of work, painstaking work of people going through files, looking at spreadsheets, connecting disparate bits of information, mapping the network. That's what you got to do so you can stop this stuff. There's nothing harder in police work than stopping something before it happens. Now, you got 23 pieces here, which means you're going to get the whole thing. This is a real operation, right? This is going to be something that they sort of spiderweb out from. Expect, if they're saying 23 now, excuse me, 23 now, you're going to probably end up, I never took 23. I think the highest we ever took was like 18 at a time. If you get 18, that means there's like 5, 6, 7, 8 also out there that you'll ultimately roll up. This is how you map the networks. And by the way, they'll flip. People think, they won't flip. They're never going to talk. They're going to flip. You'll see that. The last thing I just want to make about this is that the funding, I think that the vice president's right on target. One of the things you want to map here as you go into looking at this whole thing is the funding. The fact that it's so many different FBI offices tells you that for the last week or whatever it's been, there's probably been 100 FBI agents who haven't had a wink of sleep, who are working around the clock. One of the things you do now that you can take a breath, it seems to have been rolled up, is to say who directed this and who funded it. Because this nonsense of these people funding this stuff from afar and saying, I have clean hands because I gave it to a cutout, I gave it to a 501c3 who then used a 501c4, is just a canard that we have to penetrate. And so I hear that that's what he's saying. I expect this thing to keep going. And this is a very good start. There's been others, but this is a very good start on the kind of real threat that we have at home.
No doubt. Extraordinary work by FBI Director Kash Patel and the whole government. Emily.
Love me some Kash Patel, by the way. But yeah, I mean, when people are plotting these sorts of things, they're clearly crazy lunatics, right? They're lunatics that are driven by insane, stupid ideologies. That happens. It's unfortunate. But it happens. The ideologies are so extreme. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, I mean, some people believe in the stupidest crap, dude. Some people, like, legitimately believe in the dumbest shit. Blows my mind. Blows my mind.
As you read through these court documents, they are fascinating. The man who's the alleged planner did not want to engage in the attack himself. He just wanted to plan for afar, and he became frustrated when people were dropping out of his plot. It's really something. And he cites the billionaires and anti-government methods or motives, I should say, but he goes on to say that he placed some of the responsibility of this corruption of the government with the Jewish people and blames them in Israel for the current war with Iran.
Of course, there is
a sort of shocking amount of, I would say, bot-fomented online traffic and chatter right now. That includes blaming Israel and the Jews for everything and referencing AIPAC.
I mean, I get why people feel that way online. Believe it or not, I get it. I see where they're coming from.
For everything, referencing a few buzzwords that is frankly also incentivized and fomented by a few high-profile podcasts. So there right now is sort of an acceptable and accepted narrative floating around, and it's very anti-corporate elite and billionaires and these sort of trigger words that these guys have been using, and it includes a relationship, real or imaginary, with the power, real or imaginary, that AIPAC and Israel and the Jewish community have. So putting that out there, that somehow that's been then sort of I guess, roaring into social media. And my takeaway from this...
And sadly, it has been. I mean, she's right. Sadly, it has been roaring into social media. True. Give me one moment.
And the foiled plot, a few things. Number one, remember when the UFC fight was announced, right? It hasn't been that long. So for this complicated plot to have been developed in this short amount of time, think about what other large events are coming up and those other plots that have been thwarted. Number two, the perceived safety that people feel when they use Signal and WhatsApp. And thank God it's really not as safe or as private as they think, because clearly law enforcement has direct ties into somehow the tradecraft of however that works. And third, that what we know about this particular plot that seems so insidious in terms of the levels, keep in mind they also aim to take out first responders. So every time you go to any football game or even the grocery store or your county fair next to your house, know that someone, yes, has been radicalized online, cheered on by the social media bots and certain generations that, again, are demonizing these certain groups and target words, think that you're a part of it, and they aim to debilitate families and the structures and also the responding officers so that they can maximize casualties. And that's what terrorist regimes have been calling for, like Hezbollah. It's all tied together.
And Carrier Bond noted, she's of our early...
It's blowing my mind, man. This shit's blowing my mind.
Legal team here at Fox, you know her from her on-air appearances, that one of these kids was a 19-year-old who used his graduation money and allegedly spent $3,000 of that to purchase guns, ammunition, magazines. A 19-year-old.
Yeah, and he's not going to get that back in order to get that used Corvette he probably had his eyes on before he became radicalized with this entry-level terrorism propaganda. But that's what it is, and it's very interesting because this is where it leads. It leads very anti-Israel. And anti-AIPAC, if you remember, I think it was last week or the week before, Graham Plattner was pushing up against John Fetterman because Fetterman was like, you know, what has happened to our Democrat Party? Like, this is the new normal. And, you know, Plattner's response.
Oh, the Democrat Party's out of its mind. You know, it's funny. I'm not MAGA. I like the Make America Great Again movement, but I don't consider myself a MAGA guy. What I am is I'm an independent person, independent thinker, but I can't stand the Democrats because they are an enemy to individualism in a lot of ways, because they have injected communism and socialism principles into the party, and they expect me to vote for them as if collectivism is superior at the government, at the top governmental level. Screw that. Screw that. I don't believe it for a second. I don't believe I'm anti-Democrat. If you were to say what party am I would just say I'm probably party. If you were to force me to say what my political affiliation is, it would. I would have to say anti-Democrat. Yeah, I believe the Democrat Party's lost its way. Bill Maher is the last remaining true liberal. That's what I think. Call me crazy.
Was, oh, he's bought and paid for by AIPAC. You know, and it's like that anti-billionaire, anti-capitalism, total hypocrisy language. It radicalizes people who, you know, it's easy for them to buy into this idea of redistribution. And redistribution always happens by force. So if you're going to take something from someone, you know, using law enforcement, then why can't you just take something from someone by sending drones into a public gathering that, you know, presumably would be a magnet for people?
Yeah, Bill Maher's a classic liberal. The modern liberals are stupid. Classic liberals make sense. But the modern liberalism is crazy.
That you despise. So, you know, that sort of language that has been normalized, to Emily's point, like, it has an absolute effect. Like, this is the conclusion: to tear it down by any means necessary. You know, just the way they talk about tearing Israel down, by any means necessary. They use those phrases. And yes, they are very triggering for a group of people who have bought in lock, stock, and barrel to the idea of redistribution as justice. It's not. And as Paul would say, you're going downtown. We're rolling you up.
Yeah, and the vice president is so correct on the rhetoric. You know, when you use terms like a threat to democracy, how is that not radicalizing? Thinking the very thing we hold dear is at risk. We need to tamp it down. We need to tone it down. And when I say that, I'm meaning the left, because that's where it comes from.
Well, it's scary because, you know, previously when we would talk about radicalization, you know, the specific focus was on, you know, Islamic radical extremists. Now that is much broader term. We're talking about the anti-capitalist rhetoric. We're talking about anti-Semitism as well. So it's much more broad now.
Yeah.
Also, the work of our Secret Service and FBI to foil this just days before the event. And the individuals who were plotting this, it was for maximum casualty, maximum chaos, with explosive-laden drones, forcing people to exit the event, then be met with snipers. I was able to attend the event. I felt so safe. It was heavily fortified. There were guardsmen everywhere, police officers. Harris and I had an opportunity to talk to some of the guardsmen. We also met the chief of Secret Service, Richard McCauley, who has been there for more than 23 years. It was very clear in my conversation with him that this is a man who loves his job, who takes the duty seriously. He was talking about the great measures that they went to keep President Trump safe. So I walked away with a very positive feeling from him. I'm pretty good judge of character, except for with dating, but everything else. I will lastly add this.
That's a good one.
I know the event has taken some criticism, but it was one of the most patriotic things I have ever attended. Of the 4,300 people who were estimated to be at the direct event, 1,200 were service members. If you walked around, there were service members. I saw uniform. We got to talk to a lot of those individuals as well. They were having the time of their lives. You also had one of the fighters looking at the Declaration of Independence before walking out of the White House to his fight, as well as
That's pretty tight, dude. That's actually kind of tight.
the rare Super Delta formation of planes flying above the White House. It was epic. But I felt very, very safe, a testament to our Secret Service as well as our military members and FBI protecting us and police officers.
Yeah, well, thank goodness it was safe, and that means the system is working. The FBI, they've averted school shootings that you don't hear about. They don't often get recognized, but today is a day we should recognize them.
That kind of work, you don't hear about the successes, and that's the problem. And that's why it's very hard for the FBI to polish their image when they can't talk about the things. A lot of stuff, you don't publicize it for operational reasons. This one's public, but hats off to them. This could have been a calamity, man.
Absolutely.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily.
Yeah, Secret Service did their job, man. Secret Service and the FBI did their job and prevented a travesty from happening, man. It's good. $242 U.S. cities have $1 million starter homes. That's insane. That is too much to pay for a house, in my opinion, dude. Oh, the 5. JD opens up about rediscovering religion. Hell yeah. I love
JD
the,
Vance
I
has
love
a
the
new
5.
book
I love
out. It's
JD
called
Vance.
Communion.
JD Vance is so hot.
In finding my way back to faith. The Veep's making the rounds to talk about it, including a stop by the hen house at Daytime TV.
He just said he loves the inflation.
What he said, Anna, what he said is that he loves the fact that the inflation is going to come down when this war is over. That's what he said.
That's not what he said.
That wasn't a direct.
Are you his,
Not what he
wait,
said,
are you
but
his
it's okay.
interpreter or are you his vice president? Come on.
Question.
Okay, so in the book, Mr. Vice President, you make a mea culpa of sorts for calling Democrats childless cat ladies.
Oh, man. My most boneheaded comment.
You say that. And
So Joy said when we were off air
Yeah, I will say that JD owns his stuff. I like that. JD owns his shit.
that I'm fine, which I think is about the best endorsement that I'm going to get out of Joy Behar for a Republican. Thank you.
There you go. Man, if they actually understood context, they wouldn't have a show. Everything they do is out of context. I want to ask you about the title or the tagline, Finding My Way Back to Faith, which leads to the question, how did you first lose your way?
Yeah, so I want to answer your question, Greg, but Communion is the book, and I got to say, look, man, I've been on the show for all of a half an hour. It's appropriate this is about faith and religion because y'all need Jesus. That's my takeaway after 30 minutes. But the way that I lost my faith is fundamentally, it just didn't seem all that relevant to me. I was raised in the faith. I fell away from it like a lot of teenagers. And, you know, in my life, I cared way too much about things that people care too much about. I cared about where I went to school, cared way too much about how much money I made, what kind of job I had. And I started to realize when I...
Yeah, the older you get, you find that stuff really doesn't matter. I mean, it's definitely nice to have money. It's definitely nice to have assets. But at the end of the day, where you went to school, you know, whatever stupid social status you have, doesn't really matter at the end of the day. And that social status is kind of a waste of time to begin with. So you're better off without social status, is my opinion.
I got into my 20s and I, fell in love with a woman who's now the second lady, and we're getting ready to have babies. And I started thinking to myself, okay, am I actually becoming the kind of person I want to become? And the answer was no. And then I thought more about it and said, well, why is it that the Christians in my life, the people I dismissed as bumpkins or sort of simple, why do they have it all figured out? They're better people, they're happier, they're much more well-adjusted than the people I was around at Yale Law School. Maybe there's some truth to this creed that forms the foundation of their life. And maybe there's truth to the fact that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. So that's ultimately what got me back on the path. And then the book is really about where I went from curious about Christianity to eventually finding my...
Brian McCartney is asking, did he just say that JD Vance is hot? Yes, I did. JD Vance is a hunk.
My home in a church and raising my family in that church. So, I think it's a cool story. I wrote the book. I should think it's a cool story, or that would be bad news. But I'd encourage everybody to take a look at it.
It is a cool story. I have two questions. The first one is, I was very impressed with Charlie Kirk's ability to keep the Sabbath and his suggestion that we all do that. And I remember Lawrence Jones and I saying, we should really do that. And I was like, can you do that? I don't know. Can you do, do you try?
I try very hard, but it's basically impossible when you're the vice president because there are always crises coming up in the world. There are always things, people always have to reach you, and so you can't just set your phone to the side and not touch it. But I do take this lesson from Charlie, which is that, people can always reach me, and they always do, but I don't keep my phone around my kids. I try not to stare at it all the time. I try to actually make sure my kids and my family get proper attention.
I love that, man. I really do. I love that a lot. It's freaking amazing.
Even knowing that somebody might...
Give me one moment. I got to make a chess move, speaking of which. I'm trying to figure out what my next chess move should be.
Might come in from downstairs and interrupt me because there's some crisis in the world. But I think it was a really amazing thing that Charlie Kirk did. And again, it's one of these evidences, like the reason God gave us the Sabbath is so that we would spend more time with our family, so that we would actually focus on the things that matter. And the fact that we've just discarded this is, I think, to the detriment of pretty much all of us.
My second question.
He's got a point, man. I mean, it's got me thinking. You know, it's got me thinking for sure. Without a doubt.
Sorry, guys. Is I think it's remarkable to become a Catholic and then meet the Pope.
Yeah.
Because that's different. Like when I'm Lutheran, so we were in line to meet the Pope. We were running late. I was like, you know what? Bill McGurn, you take my spot, because I knew it mattered more to him at that moment than it did to me. And you also were able to be with the Pope's brother at the UFC fight, which I think is so remarkable.
He's an amazing guy, a Navy veteran, just really kind of a MAGA guy. He loves the president. He loves the policies, obviously. But more than that, is just a good dude. And it's kind of amazing. You can tell how proud he is of his brother. Imagine how crazy that is.
Yeah.
You're a Catholic. Your brother goes from sort of unknown to a cardinal to a pope in like 3 years. And there was this hilarious thing because we actually brought him to the Pope's inaugural mass. And of course, when he saw his brother, he gave him a hug because it's his brother. And this became a thing in the European press, like, who is this American hugging the Pope? His brother. Give the guy a break.
Yeah.
Well, if my brother became more famous than me, I'd probably be really jealous. So
Do you have a brother?
No, thank God. If I did, I'd be more famous, darn it.
It's good that you can admit that, Jesse.
So I was a C&E Christian, only went on Christmas and Easter, didn't really get involved in the church that heavily until Charlie was killed. Greg and I and Harold started doing Bible study. Mm-hmm. We call it study, we text in the morning when we read passages. And something's just struck me the last week when I've been really focusing on my relationship with God. And you can speak to him and he can speak to you and you can kind of give away your worries to him. Do you find yourself as vice president during the day when stuff's hitting the fan or you're in a tense moment flying to Islamabad, communicating with the Lord?
All the time, man, especially in the most stressful, the most intense moments, because you need to be centered and you need to have your eyes on the right thing. And sometimes I just talk to God. I say, God, give me wisdom and courage because I need both right now. And you just feel the sense, not always that you know exactly what to do, but that you're in the right mindset and you have the humility about the decisions that you have to make. So absolutely, I could not.
Dude, I love that, man. I love that a lot.
Not do this job were it not for my faith. And I think that's probably true for a lot of people. And I think it makes us all better leaders when we recognize that, you know, we don't know everything.
Unconvicted Justice says, I feel like your cabinets look angry. Yeah, they look a little angry.
There needs to be a little bit of humility about the way that we do our jobs.
Humility. Yeah, I'm getting
You should try that.
That's next week. That's next week in the Bible study.
I'm going to try to sneak in two quick ones as well. So, you know, increasingly across the country, people are running multi-faith households, and you guys are as well. How do you do that? And bring that to life for your children?
Yeah, we just don't actually think about it that much, right? My wife has her faith. She was raised in a Hindu household. I was raised in a Christian household, fell away and came back. And we just talk about things with each other. I think she's the most interesting person in the world. She always has an interesting perspective. Like, for example, there's an ancient Hindu text where the very first line is, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, which, if you know, is the first verse in John, in some ways the most important gospel. So there are all these fascinating parallels and interesting thoughts that she has, but we've decided to raise our kids Christian because we just don't want them to be confused, but they know mom's views. They
Whoa, 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 whoa. Billy, stop it. No. Don't say those things, dude. No, Billy, no. No. Don't do that. Don't say that in the chat. Don't say those things. Say the right things. Don't say those things. Don't say those things, okay?
ask her questions and they're very curious. And I think it makes our household interesting. There's a certain dynamism to it, but it works for us and we just try not to think too much about it.
And then really quickly, slightly political, how do you process Pope Leo's criticisms of the administration, on war and, treatment of migrants?
So the way that I think about it, first of all, I do think that the media, not saying you, but the media often tries to treat the Pope as this sort of far left guy, where he said it's reasonable for a nation to have borders. It's reasonable for a nation to enforce its borders. Yes, he has said some critical things, but the way that I take it is I try to listen and I try to understand. I try to understand the perspective, but fundamentally, the job that I have is to apply moral principles to the problems that exist. I certainly think the Pope is going to have interesting views on that. I certainly take those views under consideration, but it's not my job to sort of say, well, just because the Pope disagrees with me, I'm going to do something different for the American people. I think he has his role. I have my role, the president has his role, and the Pope's role is as a preacher of the gospel, certainly an important moral voice, but I think somebody where you got to weigh everything. You got to say, absolutely, we can treat people humanely, we can also have a border. Part of my job is to balance those things. I think part of the Pope's job is to remind us that we have to always be engaged in that moral balancing act.
All right.
Great.
I'm not in the acknowledgments again.
He always checks.
All right, check out his new book, Communion.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
I love it, dude. Greg Gutfeld needs to be in the acknowledgments of my book if I ever create one. Oh. Shooting up like a rocket. Trump touts explosive stock market rally. Let's take a listen.
We ended up making a deal. I think a lot of great things are going to happen in the Middle East right now. And very importantly, the oil is plummeting down and the stock market is shooting up like a rocket today. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. They fully agreed to that with strong policing powers, and they won't have a nuclear weapon, which is what it was all about, because they probably would have used it if they had it.
Oil at 75 and the Dow at another record as Wall Street sees its best three-session run in over a year. So is the enthusiasm overdone, or do we have plenty of room to run? Welcome to the Big Money Show. I'm Brian Brenberg, along with my co-hosts Taylor Riggs, Lou Bastanese, Lydia Hu, and with us for the hour, Barron's Investor Circle newsletter editor Josh Schaefer. Good to see you, sir.
Good to be back.
All right, call it a triple threat. An Iran deal set to be signed Friday, oil collapsing, which could tame inflation, and the AI boom showing no signs of stopping. Now the focus moves to Kevin Warsh, who's kicking off his first Fed meeting as chair today. Interest rate futures now show a 43% chance of 0 Fed rate hikes through the end of 2026. So, do the bulls have every reason to run here? Schaefer, I'm coming to you first. Or we getting out over our skis a little bit on Iran enthusiasm? What do you say?
I don't think the market is over its skis on Iran enthusiasm, because if you're thinking about how the stock market's going to act, Brian, it's going to trade on what oil is doing. And if you have oil at $75 a barrel on WTI, its lowest level since the first week of the war, that screams risk on in equity markets to me. And I think also you mentioned that best 3-day rally in over a year. Well, what's been leading this market? It's still tech, it's still AI, it's still semi. So you had that SOX index, semiconductors, go down over 12% in a 2-day period early June. It's now up 15% from that period. That's where a lot of your S&P 500 earnings are.
Heck yeah.
And candidly, it doesn't have much to do.
I will say oil going down as much as it's gone down has actually been a huge advantage to my portfolio overall. Yeah, I feel very confident with where my portfolio's at. Straight up. This shit is bananas.
With the war. So I don't think necessarily re-escalation is a risk to the semi-trade overall. So I think right now things sort of make sense. Does wars change it tomorrow and things start going a lot differently? Perhaps in 24 hours things look a little different on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, we got a lot to talk about. Yeah. Lou, I noted oil's at 75. Yeah. Okay, it's fallen pretty quickly. I think you were saying there's a level at which it's not going to go below. Maybe that was in the 60s, not the 70s.
Yeah, I think.
But things are moving here pretty fast.
No, and I think this is key. Oil is the relief, because yesterday I was on air and pointing out that we hadn't broken below 80 yet. Right. Now we have. This means this war is over. The relief rally is in play. AI is the new macro, to Josh's point. It never ended being the real macro play. It really is. Now you're getting back to earnings fundamentals. The Fed. So a lot can change in 24 hours if Kevin Walsh comes out a little hawkish in some comment, phrase, or the dot plot reveals that the Fed presidents now think a hike might be in order as opposed to easing, which, if you remember from March, they still had some easing on the calendar potentially for this year.
Oh, so you think, so this guy is thinking that they might raise interest rates. Interesting.
Laugh out loud.
Interesting.
But I think earnings, I mean, the running of the bulls is not until the first week or second week of July in Pamplona. We're running all the way through that based on earnings, because the earnings growth rate has been better than expected for 6 quarters in a row.
If you guys can, don't forget to tap the gift button, send a gift. The more gifts we get, the better. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one.
Q1, Q2, I don't think is going to be any different. Mag 7 up 63% average earnings growth in Q1. That's the backs and the fundamentals that a bull rally can keep running on.
Okay, Taylor, I'm excited for the day when the Fed says less about everything.
You're going to get it.
Now, Walsh is going to talk tomorrow. I would be shocked if he said anything particularly hawkish here. But how do you think the Fed plays in
Laugh
all
out
this
loud.
in general?
Oh, thank you, Dolphin Tactic. Happy Pride, dude. Hey, if you guys want to send me a Happy Pride gift, I welcome it. Pride. Proud. No, thank you guys thank you, Dolphin Tactic, for the Pride gift. Mucho apreciado. I'm going to put it up on the board. Big shout out to Dolphin Tactic. Thank you again for the Happy Pride Month gift.
Generally, what are you seeing in these markets?
Well, I think what's interesting, this isn't a direct correlation.
Now, JD Vance was on one of the Fox News morning shows. Let's take a look.
This is unbelievable. Fox News alert that.
I love me some JD. Give me JD.
FBI thwarting an explosive drone attack against the UFC Freedom 250 event at the White House South Lawn last Sunday, and have already taken 5 suspects.
Stocks family, TJ is asking if the dollar gets stronger, does silver and gold drop? yes, if the dollar gets stronger, which the dollar can never be strong by all technicality because it's intrinsically worthless. However, the dollar is technically, and I'm going to say quote unquote stronger when interest rates are higher in most situations, because money is more expensive to borrow, which means nobody's going to be borrowing money to buy assets. I mean, people will still borrow money one way or another, but they won't be borrowing it as frequently. So when interest rates are really low, everybody starts borrowing money to get into hard assets. So you'll see, okay, let's say they lowered the interest rate, I don't know, 1% tomorrow. You would see a price hike in all assets. In theory, this is not financial advice, people. You would see stocks go up. You would see metals go up. You would see real estate go up. Anything that is not the dollar would go up. Now, if interest rates do go up, like if they actually, like let's say interest rates went up by 1%, you would see things like real estate, gold, silver, stocks. Those would, in theory, go down. In theory. Only because it's tougher to borrow money to get into assets. Granted, look, no matter where the interest rates are at, I want to be in hard assets because I don't trust the dollar at all. One of the reasons why I buy my silver ETFs on the dip is simply because it gives me basically a protection against having cash in my checking account to some degree. TJ is asking, can we go back to a gold-backed dollar? What does that do to the cost of products? Use a bottle of soda as an example. So if the dollar went back to the gold standard, that would be tricky. That would make things a little bit different. First off, I think everything would be cheaper. Actually, you know what? That's a good question for ChatGPT. I think ChatGPT could answer this better than I could. Here's what my assumption is. If the dollar went back to the gold standard, the price of everything would go down substantially. So if $1 is backed by gold, the cost of every good would probably go down significantly. In theory. But let's ask ChatGPT real quick. Hey, ChatGPT, I got a question for you.
I'm all ears, Michael. What's on your mind?
So it's going to be quick, okay? I want to know if the dollar went back to the gold standard, like let's say today, the dollar went back to the gold standard, what would happen to the price of, let's say, a soda?
If we suddenly went back to a gold standard, the whole economy would have to adjust. The value of the dollar would be tied to gold reserves, meaning we couldn't just create more dollars easily. In the short run, you'd likely see deflation. Dollars would become more scarce and more valuable. Prices, including for something like a soda, would probably drop. But in the long run, it would depend on how much gold we had and whether supply could keep up with economic growth. So that soda, short term, it might get cheaper. Long term, it's a whole different ballgame depending on what happens next.
Okay, so yeah, I was right about the soda getting cheaper. Yeah, so essentially, yeah, the cost of goods would go down. If the dollar was suddenly backed by gold again, the dollar would actually be sought after. The dollar would have meaning again. In a sense, it would make the dollar great again, but my main philosophy is this. Even if the dollar sucks, I don't care. I want to have assets that pay me, and I want to have assets that adjust with inflation. The goal is to have assets that'll pay me and adjust it with inflation. So that's one of the reasons why I own stocks. I own real estate investment trusts. I technically don't own my gold and silver. I own them. Well, I mean, I'm the owner of an exchange-traded fund, and because that exchange-traded fund holds gold and silver, technically I own gold and silver because I own the shares of the fund. It's tricky. Essentially, I'm an owner of silver and gold, though. I just don't actually physically hold it. I essentially hold it in my brokerage account, which makes my life a lot easier. One thing that gets me excited is seeing when I see silver drop, I get really, really excited. Like if the price of silver goes down, I'm buying into it. TJ thinks that the price of copper is about to take off. Honestly, you might be right, TJ. I think that you may be correct in that, and I'll tell you why. With all the data centers that are being produced, I mean, copper is going to be in very, very high demand. Like copper is going to be in extremely, extremely high demand, one way or another. So I'm thinking, TJ, copper's going to be huge. You might be right, dude. You know, I thought silver was going to boom, but I honestly think that I think you might be right about copper, brother. Eric Klein is asking GDXY SLVO. So the only ETF that I really swing trade these days, at least I concentrate all my efforts into one specific ETF, that is the SLV. The SLV ETF specifically, the whole fund is actually backed by silver. Like they hold silver. They hold silver bullion. And because of that, I mean, as long as the fund holds silver, you're good. I mean, if you get into a silver ETF and it's not holding any silver, that's a problem. But if you get into a silver ETF and obviously that silver ETF is going to hold on to actual silver to ensure accuracy of spot price and legitimacy of spot price, then you can get into the SLV without having to sweat any bullets. But yeah, copper's amazing, dude. I mean, like copper, I was thinking about investing in a few copper mining companies, specifically just exchange traded funds that hold copper mining companies, you know, like ETFs, things like that. So the goal is, let's see. TJ says holding physical anything is way better. Yeah, I mean it's absolutely better, but if okay, my philosophy is this. If I'm holding on to something for the long term, I want the physical thing. For example, if I'm holding on to silver and gold, if I have an allocation of silver and gold I do not intend on touching, I'm going to physically have it. However, if I plan on taking advantage of the volatility of silver, I want to use the SLV ETF to swing trade the price of silver so I can make a quick buck. That's usually the whole idea. That's traditionally the idea in a lot of scenarios. But what do you guys think? But yeah, I honestly, TJ, I really do believe that holding physical anything is a good thing. So, I mean, you're on the right path, brother. GDXY is 82% dividend. I don't know. That sounds like a dividend trap, dude. Eric Klein, I don't know, dude. Anything with an 82% annual dividend yield, that sounds like a dividend trap, dude. But I'll take a look at it real quick. So GDXY. I'm going to ask GPT. Actually, you know what? I'll just ask GPT to analyze it. Can you analyze... What the hell is that shit called? It's called GDXY. Can you analyze GDXY and let me know if it is a buy or not? Okay. So I'm going to ask GPT to analyze it and see if it's a buy. Yeah, so like I said, if I'm not holding silver for the long term, or I should say this, If I want to make a little bit of money off of silver in the short term, I'm going to get into the SLV ETF. And let's say I want to do both. Let's say I want to make money off of silver in the short term. I'm going to have a certain amount of my net worth into the SLV ETF. And then the other half of my net worth over here is going to be in physical silver. That's not financial advice. That's just the way I would do it. However, I don't actually have any physical silver at the moment, but that's okay. My dividend is, my portfolio is super diversified. That's one of the main things for me. As long as my portfolio is heavily diversified, that's always the key. So my goal is to keep it as diversified as possible, and it keeps me grounded. It keeps me focused. It keeps me on the straight and narrow. But yeah, as long as I have a hyper diversified portfolio, that's all that really matters. I got international stocks. I've got U.S. stocks. I do have paper silver, but I swing trade that to get quick profit. But by the way, I don't get like a lot. I don't get like a ton of profit. I want to let everybody know I don't get a ton of profit off of swing trading silver. It helps. It helps a little bit. It definitely it definitely gives the portfolio itself a little bit of extra income, for sure. That's kind of the goal. You're looking for ways to give your portfolio the edge, a little bit of an extra edge at least. So yeah, anytime you can give your portfolio the edge, you should do it. But yeah, no, I love physical silver. I think physical silver is fantastic. And to anybody who owns silver, I think it's great. I like to encourage people to own physical anything. Physical gold, physical silver, sounds good to me, man. But at the end of the day, my main goal is to get into productive assets like real estate investment trusts. I love assets that give me a form of cash flow as well. While I love swing trading silver, I love it because it's so volatile. Larson Christopher says physical silver will huge spike when the internet dies and US dollar dies. TJ says, I've turned over a new leaf. I'm now pro LGBTQ. Welcome, Larson Christopher. Be your true self. Okay. Oh, TJ, you're the man, dude. TJ's the man. I love it. That's too freaking funny, brother. Okay, so I'm curious. Eric Klein mentioned okay, so Eric Klein, you mentioned Yield Max, Gold Miners Option Income Strategy ETF. So I had ChatGPT do a quick analysis of it. And what ChatGPT found was GDXY's headline yield is not the same as normal dividend yield. Yield Max itself shows a 45.84% distribution rate, but only a 2.69% 30-day SEC yield as of June 15th. And the latest distribution was mostly estimated return of capital. Okay. You know what I'm curious? Is there actually a penny stock ETF? Are there penny stock ETFs? I am curious to see if there's any ETFs that specifically hold like penny stocks and stuff. Like we're talking about almost bottom of the barrel. Oh, no way. It says yes, but there's usually aren't pure penny stock ETFs in the sense of an ETF full of sub $5 OTC pink sheet stocks. What exists are microcap ETFs, which are the closest thing. FINRA says penny stocks are typically very small companies trading under $5 a share, while microcap stocks are usually companies under roughly 200. Oh, wow. The two overlap. Oh, wow. What is the difference between microcap and small cap? I want to know. Can you show me? What the fuck? Let's see. Oh, let's see. TJ said, let's see. My bad, just talking shit. TJ, you're funny, dude. I love you, man. You're the man. Oh, okay. So, this is because I thought small cap and micro cap were used interchangeably as like the same thing. It turns out they are different. Okay, so micro cap is like under 250 million or 300 million. Very small public companies, often traded more volatile. Dude, I wonder if there's any good buys in the overnight market for iShares microcap. Broad U.S. microcap exposure tracks the Russell Microcap Index. You know what? I think we're going to get into microcaps. Let's do it, dude. I don't know if this is a good idea. Not financial advice, by the way. Let me see what else they got. So they got the first Dow Jones sliding mic. Okay. FDM. Let's see. Let's see. Small cap momentum, broad U.S. microcap exposure. Yeah, it looks like the IWC would be my best bet if I wanted to get exposure to microcaps. Whoa, microcaps kind of went down a bit. Hold on. Uh-oh. Give me 1 second, you guys. Okay, I think I can find this. One day. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. Hold on. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think I should start swing trading micro cap? Do you guys think I should go the micro cap route? I don't know, dude. I might actually go the micro wiener strategies route. I'm tempted. I mean, dude, honestly, this would be one way for me to trade penny stocks without having to worry that much. Yeah, some of these micro caps have actually gone up quite a bit. Honestly, though, it doesn't fluctuate as much as silver, though. That's the yeah. I'm just gonna stick to silver. Look, I have my long-term holdings, and I'm diversified, and I'm just gonna stick to swing trading silver as my main vessel. That should be my main vessel. I think that would be a good one. Okay. Okay, so I think I may end the stream here in a little bit, but I'm going to try doing we'll probably react to maybe one more video. Give me 1 second, though. I got to figure out my next move on the chessboard. Huh. Well, I'm debating on where I should move one of my pieces. Hold on. I'm debating, figuring it out. Well. Yeah, I'm kind of lost on where I want to move next on this chessboard. Oh, you know what? I figured it out. I figured out my next move. I just wanna wear my juicy man thong. My juicy man thong. Larson Christopher is asking, Garza, have you ever purchased silver on eBay live auctions? Best place to find spot items and sometimes sub-spot. Huh. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. I mean, but here's the thing. I just look to purchase it at whatever price it's at through my brokerage account, through the silver ETF. And then, buy the dip if it dips even further. And then once it goes back up, I just start selling for a profit. That's pretty much how I don't make a lot of money doing it, but I make if I need a little extra money, sometimes it helps.
Suspects into custody out of the 23 that were involved. The multi-phase terror plot.
But honestly, I don't make that much money. I would say it's pretty minuscule overall.
Allegedly involved using drones.
ET says Garza buys silver from me.
Filled with explosives to strike buildings in the vicinity, sparking mass panic to drive the fleeing crowd toward a pre-staged sniper team. A second wave of attackers then allegedly planned to storm the White House gate.
The Vice President, J.D. Vance, was at that event on Sunday, and he joins us now to react. Mr. Vice President, thank you for coming on. Congratulations on your new book. We're going to talk about that. But this is very scary. We learned about this, about 30 minutes ago, an hour ago, in the middle of our show.
Sure.
Why do you think they're telling us this? Because I know there's a lot going on behind the scenes with the FBI.
Sure.
We don't always find out. Why do you think they're telling us this now, and what's your reaction?
Well, I think they're telling us because the scale of the planned attack is so significant, and I think it's important for us to be as transparent as we can be about these ongoing investigations.
Yeah.
We want to tell the American people what's going on, of course, but I actually just heard about it this morning myself, and so this is very, very dark stuff. And unfortunately, we were talking about this a little bit off camera, but this is what happens when people turn the rhetoric up so loud that disagreeing with somebody is a cause for violence. That's the place that we've come to, unfortunately, with too much of our political rhetoric. We got to tell everybody to tone it down. And I hate to say this, but it's true. You see more political violence and violent rhetoric coming from the left than the right these days.
It's true. I mean, JD's completely spot on with that. JD's absolutely right.
Everybody has a role to cut this stuff out. But I think a lot of my Democratic colleagues in Washington have got to look themselves in the mirror and say, why is so much of this political violence coming from our side of the spectrum? Maybe they can do something different.
Oh, yeah. And it absolutely is coming from mainly the left. I agree. I freaking agree.
Well, Mr. Vice President, this is a clear escalation. We know about the president, attacks against him, you and the rest of the cabinet. Those threats are public.
Yeah.
But this is going after the supporters. The people that were on that line was UFC, MAGA supporters, and they were the target here.
Yeah. Well, and thank God this attack was apparently thwarted or never got to the point where it was carried out. I mean, the event was so amazing, the sense of patriotism, the pride that everybody felt. It was a very fun evening. So this could have been a very terrible tragedy, but it goes to show why we have so much appreciation for the guys who keep us safe and for federal law enforcement, because these are the types of attacks that they're preventing every single day. As you guys know, they don't get the credit for the attacks they prevent. They only get the blame for the attacks that actually happen. And so I think it's important for us to recognize that for every bad incident, there were 100 bad guys who are trying to do something worse. And thank God we've got smart and good people protecting us.
It's such a great point. And the former deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, in the last hour talked about that the FBI has really been streamlined to deal with attack threats like this. I do want to ask you, though, to react to, based on what we know, one suspect allegedly told officials that the, quote, goal was to target capitalist elites, billionaires, and politicians who accept donations from AIPAC. Does that...
That's crazy, man. I mean, The political violence coming from the left needs to stop. It really does. Do you remember when Elon Musk decided to side with Donald Trump? You guys remember that? How crazy did the left get? You know how crazy the left got? Leftists were cheering other leftists on who were vandalizing Teslas. That's what was happening. The left was encouraging vandalism. Yeah, it was really doing that. You want to know why it was? Because these people are insane communists. Hell, some of them even claim to be anarchists and communists, which isn't a weird irony, because anarchists don't believe in government. So, but yeah, anyway, the problem with the left is it's become a major contradiction of itself. These leftists believe in garbage. They do. Their philosophies are trash. And I think they know.
Surprise you? And what do you make of that when you hear it?
No, it doesn't surprise me at all because, again, so much of the far left rhetoric is driving itself towards violence. It spins people up into these crazy situations where they feel like, I'm not going to argue against somebody, or I'm not going to debate somebody, or even vote against a politician. I'm going to go and commit violence. It is unfortunately
Yeah, it's really sad because now people, instead of debating each other because they don't have the mental fortitude to do it because they got TikTok brain, they'll just choose violence every time. It's sad. And I see this from leftists. Leftists seem to have the most daddy issues, the most anger issues, mainly daddy issues, but that's okay. That's here nor there. TJ asked, do you know why Elon deserves $1 trillion? Cybertruck. I got to admit, the Cybertruck is pretty dope in the sense that it seems like it's pretty durable. However, I'm not that interested in the Cybertruck. It looks kind of cool, though. It looks like something out of a video game, which is kind of appealing to me. Like maybe a PlayStation 1 video game or something. I love it. Some good shit, though.
Inevitable consequence of some of the rhetoric that we're seeing. What I'd say, too, is what we've done in the Trump administration.
Larson Christopher says right wing are more competent, usually. Typically.
That I'm very proud of. And again, we don't draw a lot of headlines to it because it's part of this investigatory work is we're trying to look at the underground networks that drive towards this violence. 23 people do not get to the point where they're going to commit a mass terror incident in Washington, D.C. without some serious funding, without some serious coordination. And we've actually been trying to go with those networks of coordination because it's a terrorist plot. That's not a few guys doing crazy stuff. That is a coordinated, planned terrorist plot. Thank God we thwarted it, but we got to do more of that stuff.
Well, Mr. Vice President, you have a very busy week. You have all the shows for your book, and then we're hearing on Friday you're going to maybe sign the Iran deal. We'll get into that in just a minute. But right now, our president is in Geneva for the G7 summit, and I think we have some images. We saw a meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky earlier today. We also...
Zelensky. I'm so tired of him. I'm done with Putin. I'm done with Zelensky. I don't care about any of them. They've been at war for too long. It needs to end.
Showed images of him meeting with the Emir of Qatar, and now he's meeting with the UAE leader who is there. How important is this, especially coming off of what we're learning about Iran and the deal? Is that why the French president invited some of these leaders from the Gulf states?
You know, I actually don't know. I think they're probably invited because they're just important leaders of an important part of the world. But I think what is most interesting about the last year and a half, the underreported part of the Trump administration's policy in the Middle East, is that all of these Gulf Arab coalition partners are coming together.
TJ says SPLC got indicted for funding neo-Nazi groups and Charlottesville. That's insane. Well, it doesn't surprise me, and I'll just say allegedly just in case, but it doesn't surprise me that they did that. It really doesn't. Like, it doesn't shock me in the slightest. The SPLC is a bunch of slimy snake. It's a snake-like organization. It's a snake-like organization. I don't trust the SPLC at all. No way. Hey, Larson Christopher, you're not going to get any argument from me, buddy.
Together with the United
on on the whole abortion thing, you're not going to get any argument from me. I get you. I feel you on that one, dog.
United States, Israel is obviously very involved, and they're actually pushing back together. You see the United States working with our Gulf Arab partners in a way you've never seen before in the history of this country. And I think that's one of the reasons why we've gotten to the point where we have a very good peace deal that's on the table that we're ready to sign, is because you see for the first time the Gulf Coast countries pushing back against Iran, uniting under the president's leadership and actually doing something different for a change. You know, what's interesting is there's been a lot of chatter, of course, about this peace deal with Iran. And one of the questions I'm most often asked is, well, how is this different from the Obama JCPOA? And there are all of these answers I could give. Number one, we're not giving them a red cent of American money. Obama gave them over $1 billion in a pallet of cash.
Oh, snap, dude, I'm getting booed. Generic name and user CX are booing me, dude. Dude, everybody in the chat's booing me. What did I do? Why is everybody booing my bussy? Why are you guys booing my bussy? What did I do? What did I do to you? I love it, dude. Keep on booing.
There are all these substantive differences. I actually think the most important difference is, you know what those Gulf Arab countries thought about the JCPOA? They hated it because they thought it empowered Iran to be a bad actor. You know?
Oh, yeah. I think a lot of, the only reason the left like it because they were kissing Obama's ass. The problem with the left is everything Obama did, the left thought was gold. I'm sorry, not everything Obama did was smart. In fact, I would say a lot of the stuff that Obama did was kind of dumb, especially that Iran deal that he did originally. Insanely dumb. But yeah, Trump came up with a better deal. Good for him. And we're not going to reimburse Iran in any way. Nor should we, by the way. We should not give Iran anything. If they ask for anything, we don't give them anything.
You know what they think about the President Trump peace plan? They love it because they think that it's turning over a new leaf to a new Middle East. So there are so many big differences between, of course, our policy and the...
Dude, Trump is the transformer in chief, dude. He's transforming everything. My man's making things better. He's making things complete.
Previous administrations. But what we've done here is actually unite the Gulf together. That could have transformative impacts, not for the next couple of years, but the next couple of generations.
So, Mr. Vice President, it's clear that they respect the commander-in-chief.
Yes, they do.
And Iran respects our military because of what we've been able to do. Some of the things that we're hearing about, we haven't seen the text yet, but just what we're hearing, that the deal would end all sanctions and all ways.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of rando bots coming into the chat. I don't know what's up with them. Hey, but if you guys can, don't forget to tap the gift button.
Favors. I'm hearing that it will be downblending, but not destruction of the nuclear dust. And there's no closing of the nuclear facilities. And they hope that there's no nuclear weapon for the next 15 years. There's also strong language about stopping funding the proxies, but it says in the deal that Iran has to use
M. Madden says, no, someone is literally using AI to bot me. Well, that's on them. That's their fault. I don't really care. I'm not paying attention to the haters, man. TJ says the boo people are all the same account, obviously. Local Sal fanboys. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. Hey, Sal, are you in the chat? Hey, Sal, if you're in the chat, let me know, brother. Sal is the most low IQ man in the world. Hey, honestly, it helps my chat engagement. Am I complaining? Nope. Hey, if you guys want to keep ruining the chat, you guys have fun with it. I like it. I get off to this.
Its best efforts, not stop it completely. There's also the $300 billion in reparations that's going to come from Qatar and some of the Gulf states, and then $24 billion in unfrozen assets.
Oh, you guys, don't forget to tap the gift button and send a gift. The more gifts we get, the better. It basically makes the liberals angry. So if you guys send a gift, it really does help the channel grow. So thank you guys for sending your gifts, and tap the gift button below and send a gift. We love gifts on this channel, man. We're very much fanboys of receiving gifts. We love receiving all the gifts. But hey, if you guys want to make the liberals in the chat really mad, just send a gift. That's all you got to do. Send a gift, and it makes the liberals in the chat angry. It makes them so mad, dude. It makes them pissed out of everything. Hey, liberals get pissed when I get gifts, dude. Liberals get pissed when I get gifts. So
is any of that true?
So M. Madden is saying it's all bots. It probably is. I don't really care. Hey, it's up to them. Dude, get control. I don't know. I'm not going to get any control. I don't care. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do with my show. If these assholes want to make the show lame, let them come in. They're just going to get banned anyway. Honestly, they'll get tired. I'm pretty sure these guys are going to get tired soon enough. Hopefully, they get tired. If they don't, then I'll eventually just have to ban them. I don't know. ET says, Garza, make me a mod. No. I don't want to gain control over my chat. I don't want anybody to have control of the chat. I want it to be the Wild Wild West. We go into the Wild Wild West. We going straight to the Wild Wild West. We're going straight to the Wild 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 Wild. Wicked Wild West. Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider.
If it would be true, would that concern you?
Yeah, so most of that is basically Iranian propaganda, and you have to understand what's going on here, okay? So the Iranians have just had their conventional military destroyed. Their country has totally changed. They have a totally different leadership than they had even 3 months ago.
No, that's true. But yeah, tap the gift. By the way, if you guys can, tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner below. Send a gift. It makes liberals angry. Let's go.
And so what is...
By the way, JD Vance is the man, by the way. JD Vance is the man. No, we all love JD Vance on this channel, man. We love this guy.
Happening is that some elements in their society are trying to sell this deal as positively as possible to their domestic audience. Now, that's expected. It's frustrating to me, but that's expected. What is a little unexpected and more frustrating to me is that you see certain people in the American media literally recirculating hardliner talking points from the IRGC instead of telling the truth about what's going on. So first of all, not a single cent of American money goes to Iran. Not $300 billion, not $24 billion, not any of the money, the dollar figures that I've seen floating around. Number two, this is a firm commitment backed up by verifiable action to never develop or buy a nuclear weapon by the Iranians.
Dude, I love how the liberals that are coming into the chat saying boo, boo, boo. You guys don't realize
Laugh out loud.
that I'm kicking butt.
Nice
dude.
eyeliner, JD.
Hey, thank you, Starch Manning, for the $5 super chat. Mucho apreciado. In fact, I'm going to put that up on the board real quick. Thank you for the super chat, my sweet pink brony bro. You are the man. JD always looks on fleek. But yeah, no, I mean, these loser liberals just come into the chat and keep saying boo, they keep saying all sorts of things. I'm assuming it's just Sal. So I'm assuming it's Sal from Coos Bay. But then again, who the hell knows? It might just be random liberals who just see my stream and they just want to spam. Maybe that's what they want to do. Maybe that's what they're all about.
Which, remember, that was the whole point of this entire operation, is to ensure not just that Iran wouldn't have a nuclear weapon for the next couple of years, but that they would make that long-term commitment. Now, here's the important part, though, is there are benefits to Iran.
Hey, Starch Manning, though, I do want to thank you for the $5 super chat, though. I am very appreciative of it. So I always like to make sure that everybody gets their, I want to make sure that your voice is heard. Even if I don't agree with you, if you send a super chat, I want to make sure that your voice is heard. I want to make sure that, people can hear you. That matters to me. Tim Smith says, Liver King arrest body cam is now up. What? The Liver King? The Liver King got arrested. What? No. That guy's immortal. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, let's look up hold on. Real quick. We'll put this on cue real quick. Liver King body cam footage.
JD Vance.
We got like 3 videos in queue. Okay, so where's his body cam footage at? Wait, I'm assuming that this is it. Oh, this is the body cam.
Well, what happened is you picked a fight, Joe Rogan, with another man, a real one. Welcome to Texas, Joe Rogan. My name is Liver King.
A series of videos posted by social media influencer Liver King leaves his followers increasingly concerned.
I think he's out of it, dude. Liver King is cooked.
But when he arrives in Austin claiming he's there to pick a fight with podcast host and media personality,
Hey, everybody, give a shout out to my boy Tim Smith, keeping the stream fresh as he always does. My man, dude. Dude, I love Tim Smith, dude. That's my boy.
Joe Rogan, police are forced to step in.
Can this video of me being in this container, can it go on social media?
The following is based on official police records to date, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law.
Right.
On June 23, 2025, 47-year-old fitness influencer Brian Liver King Johnson posted this video to Instagram.
Joe Rogan, I'm calling you out. My name's Liver King. Man to man. I'm picking a fight with you. I have 0 training in jiu-jitsu. You're a black belt. You should
Laugh out
dismantle
loud.
me. But I'm picking a fight with you.
Preferably, look, I'm kind of neutral. Like, I kind of look at it as like white noise, So like whenever there's like bots and stuff like that, just saying boo, boo, boo or whatever, it's like, it's just white noise to me. It doesn't really matter to me. I don't pay attention to it. I don't really give it any true time of day. I don't really take it seriously. But yeah. Yeah, I don't take the bots serious. If there are bots coming in and they're spamming up the place, I don't take them seriously. I don't even think about them. They don't take up any real estate in my mind because I got other things to focus on. I'm thinking about JD Vance and how much of a hunk he is. That JD Vance is the man, and I like his eyeliner, by the way. I do like that eyeliner. But yeah, hey, Mark Madden, thank you for the super chat, brother. I'm going to keep you up on the board for a little bit. I'll keep you up for about 3 minutes on the board.
The next day, Brian posted another video revealing that he'd arrived in Austin, Texas.
M. Madden says, dude, it's all bots. I guess I would hate it. Hey, dude, they eventually the bots go away. Eventually the spammers go away. The thing that you have to do is you just have to not pay attention to them. The goal is just ignore them or block them. I don't know. You guys can block. If you guys see a spammer, just be an adult, block the spammer, and go about your business. I just kind of let them do their thing. I really do. They're eventually going to get banned. The way I look at it is this. If they're spamming and they keep spamming, eventually YouTube's just going to catch on to it, and they're going to see that they're a bot, and then they're just going to get rid of them. So that's typically what happens. I assume. Allegedly. I'm probably wrong. I want to make sure I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong.
The home of Joe Rogan's podcast studio.
Just pulling up to the capital of Texas. What's the capital of Texas? What's the capital of Texas? Houston. It's Houston. Yes.
Wait, I thought it was... This is weird. What the hell is going on?
Officers with the Austin Police Department locate Brian at a hotel and move in to arrest him on a misdemeanor warrant. Hoping to avoid negative publicity through an altercation with a high-profile influencer, they move through the hotel covertly without their uniforms and speak with him directly. Brian agrees to go with the officers, first taking a moment to say a prayer with his team.
To discern what matters, nothing that doesn't. To discern what matters, to be profitable with time. Bridge the gap, the delta of perfect, and to God's life. King time, that's walking with the light, that's God's time.
Oh my God, dude, is the Liver King a cult leader? Dude, has the Liver King become a cult leader? That is the question. M. Madden says, correction, I got annoyed. That's all right, man. Hey, I mean, dude, the spammers can be pretty annoying, admittedly. I don't really pay attention to them. I don't pay attention to the spammers. I just don't. I don't give them the time of day. I don't think about them. Well, I do think about them a little bit. I do think about them a little bit, the spammers, but that's okay.
That's your time. I ask that you protect us while that's walking your life, huh?
We're going to go down this way.
Everything is the truth, nothing is a lie. You should be recording everything, and you should have Cam and Lodi, and then you and Justin are taking turns to live stream it, and or make sure that you just post everything you can as soon as you can. Okay, because it's today, and that's the truth.
They escort Brian outside and check him for weapons, but allow him to keep his cell phone.
Sit all the way back, handcuffs. Oh, yeah, just, hold on, let me figure that out real quick. Hold on, 1 second. I'm mobile, bro. I could do, okay, that'll work.
How do you feel with that?
That's fine. You guys put handcuffs on people in the back of the car?
Yeah, everyone's got to go in handcuffs.
Inside the car, though? How come?
Departmental policy. Yeah.
Because it seems pretty protected.
Okay. Thanks, Axel. Okay.
What day is it? Today's Monday? Monday or Tuesday?
Today's Tuesday.
Oh my God, it's Tuesday. Oh, I'm supposed to have all my meetings today. You know, every day is someone else's day, and Tuesday's the day that I transact with the outside world. And you know, I'm just thinking I hope that's somebody on my behalf.
Dude, the Liver King is a freaking chud, dude. This guy's an idiot. I mean, this guy really... Look, I understand trying to get attention on the internet. I get it. I do it all the time. But come on, man. Don't go threatening people. There's no need to actually threaten, right? There is zero need to threaten. Zero need. No need at all. Straight up. Oh, yeah, by the way, I found out the corner chair cowboy. I assume the corner chair cowboy watches my show. I hope he does. I think the corner chair cowboy might be my biggest fan. If the corner chair cowboy watches my show. I doubt it.
I'll share that I'm not transacting, not with the outside world today.
Where are you from originally?
Puerto Rico.
Oh, really?
Naval base. And my wife is from Poland. I'm telling people now, from now on, I'm from Poland, actually, because we went to every base, you know.
Yeah.
So where are you really from? You know what? I'm from the friendliest state in the world, the best country in the world. It's called Texas. You know what Texas means, bro?
What does it mean?
Do you know?
No.
It actually is like Spanish. Tejas is Spanish for friendly. Yeah, Texas is pretty friendly. But you know what?
I don't know. Is that right? I feel like Liver King is talking out of his ass, but he could be right. I'm just too lazy to look it up.
I love about how friendly it is. We can only be this friendly because we can also be as dangerous as it allows us to be with these laws that make this great place called this place. But I'm kind of telling people, my roots are Poland and Texas.
Beat you out that side, okay?
Sure.
Brian arrives at the station and is escorted to an interrogation room. where he remains uncertain why he's even here in the first place.
Yeah, if I'm going to be, am I arrested?
You are, yeah.
And they don't tell you why?
Yeah, the lead detective will give all that information to you. It's a terroristic threat, is what it's called.
Is it Texas or FBI?
We're with the Austin Police Department, so Texas.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hang tight for me, Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
Somebody be in your show.
Okay.
Dude, the Liver King is out of, dude, he's lost it, dude. I think allegedly the Liver King might be doing some drugs. I almost want to say, I would love to say 100%, but I don't legally think I can. Either he is in a he's honestly undergoing some form of psychosis. That's crazy, man. Cray cray. Give me a moment, you guys. Give me a moment. TJ says, I hope the Triple C has watched all the videos. Yeah, I hope he can reflect on how much of a chud he is, but he probably thinks of himself as the hero. The Triple C, dude. And we're not talking about the Liver King at the moment. We're talking about Corner Chair Cowboy. Now, Corner Chair Cowboy is a true puerile piece of you-know-what. He really is.
Wow. No, didn't see that one coming, but it can. And it's awesome. I'll take that for $1.
According to police records, Brian posted another video in which he was seen carrying a medieval axe, as well as a black box with a Joe Rogan Experience sticker on the top. Though he was secretive about the box's contents, investigators would later find out what was inside.
A terrorist threat. Wow. I didn't know. Terroristic. They didn't have to tell you that you're in the state of Texas. And they don't have to tell you. They can just arrest you. I don't know how you get out of this box. How long do you spend in the box? Do they tell you how long you spend in the box? Can this video of me being in this container, can it go on social media?
The detective
Dude, the Liver I never thought I'd see the Liver King be relevant again. TJ says, he took a month for the comeback. Are you going to call my wife a dog again? What a great Christian. Yeah, no, it's called, yeah, she is a dog. You know, Corner Chair Cowboy's wife is absolutely a DOG, dude. She's terrible. She's awful. They're both psychopaths. The problem is they're both mentally unstable psychopaths. And honestly, the way they act like children. The worst part is corner chair cowboy drives an ambulance. That's even scarier because he's an emotionally unstable person. You could just fucking tell. And then his wife is even more emotionally unstable than he is. They're both at a very similar level, though. And then she's like an ICU nurse. That's even scarier. These people work in the medical field. That's the worst part about it. Like, these mentally unstable pieces of garbage work in the medical field. They suck. And honestly, I hope I never see corner chair cowboy again. I said exactly what I want to say. I mean, if you end up going to the downtown events and you see corner chair cowboy, I'll definitely react. I'll react to the corner chair cowboy. The triple C. Without a doubt.
Finally arrives, but his attempt at an introduction is quickly
Hey, thank you guys for the super chats, though.
shut down.
I don't know if you have any involvement with law enforcement. I just kind of want to tell you about myself.
If you don't mind, I'm going to skip all that. I don't want to know about you. I just want you want to know about me. And so let's skip everything about you, and whatever you want to know about me or the situation, let's elucidate that as fast as possible.
Okay, absolutely, sir. I respect that.
TJ says the crazies have taken over our local healthcare. They would let us die. Yeah, they probably, I hope they wouldn't, but yeah, chances are, yeah, the moment that they find out that you don't have the same political affiliation as them, I'm going to say allegedly would. I'm just going to say allegedly because I never know how would they. Yeah, I mean, we're not naming anybody specific. I'm just talking about corner chair cowboy. But anyway, corner chair cowboy he's one of the worst, dude. That guy's the worst. That guy is a psycho piece of crap.
The detective reads Brian his Miranda rights, then asks if he understands each of them.
There's one that I don't. If I have the right to terminate this interview at any time, what would happen next?
And then you and I are done talking.
And when can I leave?
Yes, sir. You'll be arrested and go down to the jail.
Oh, so I'm not arrested?
You are arrested. That's what I'm saying. When we're done talking.
Okay, I'll terminate this interview.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Okay.
Put me in jail. Let's go.
Do you mind? I saw that you have your phone on. Do you mind if I have that? You're not allowed to have a phone in here per policy.
Oh, I already posted everything that I had in here.
Okay.
Is that okay? Because do I need to undo that?
No, that's fine. But just.
So you're asking me the question, if it's a demand, you guys can do whatever you need to do. But you said, do you mind? Yeah, I mind. It's my phone and it's what I have on me right now. So maybe there's a protocol and you should use different language.
Well, I don't want to demand, I don't want to be disrespectful or any sort of, I'm trying to show you the utmost respect. So I'm just asking. Okay, I'm just asking. You don't think I'm being respectful to you?
Well, think about this. You said, do you mind? Yeah, I mind. So the answer is yes, I mind.
Okay. Can you give me your phone?
I could.
Will you give me your phone, please?
I would like not to do that.
Okay.
He asks for his phone one more time, but Brian once again refuses to hand it over. On that note, the detective leaves the room, and Brian continues the conversation alone.
Post that one also. Posted that one, we'll post the next ones too. What happens next? What?
Honestly, I just think he's emotionally unstable. I just think this guy's lost his mind. I don't know what he's done to himself, but this man has lost his gourd. His mind is gone. His mind is gone. It's gone.
Take you down to the jail is next. Okay, so I could just interview with you and then go to the jail, or I could skip that line and go straight to the jail. New experiences, new information, collect more points. We already did it in Poland. Yeah, in Poland, that can happen too. And it did. And so we kind of have a little bit of a reputation.
I will say this about corner chair cowboy and his wife, and I just want to add a little more commentary. They are mental patients. Those two are the biggest mental patients I've ever seen. Mentally ill, beyond all mentally ill. and this has nothing to do with Liver King, by the way. I'm talking about Corner Chair Cowboy and his wife. Those two should not be working in the medical field. They should be admitted into a mental facility. The fact that they work in the medical field, it's proof positive that the hospital is being run by the mental patients. Just saying. Because that is insane. Because like they're two of the most insane people I've ever encountered. Like I've never been more like, dude, you guys are clearly sociopaths. You guys are clearly psycho. Screwed up people. Let's keep going.
A little bit of experience in jail. And I learned a lot, so I collected more points, adventure, novelty. The evolutionary hunter, that's what you do. You go out to do adventure, accept the risk. Hopefully it's commensurate with the reward. Hopefully that you can make a calculated risk that geometrically magnifies the reward, but never at the risk of like self, really, unless
this is
the
crazy.
Reward is worth it.
According to police records, an officer with the Violent Crimes Task Force spoke with Brian's executive protection employee, Justin. When asked about the contents of the black box donning the Joe Rogan podcast sticker, Justin claimed it held 2 custom-made staccato pistols that were meant to be gifts for Joe Rogan.
So to know your high swords, your 4 of them, decision-making matrix. 2-way doors, just go. Fire, fire, aim. 1-way doors, spend some time to aim. Maybe aim, fire, depending on how one-way it is. And then 1-way, let's go to jail for a little bit. I've already done that, but maybe I'll learn something new in the process. We'll collect some more points and do some squats. Not real squats, like the ones that you kind of do, like the pistol variety. The ones that count. Oh, you probably won't get his attention, even, you know. But what happened is you picked a fight, Joe Rogan, with another man. A real one. Maybe a worthy one.
Oh, God, dude. Liver King sucks so much. I really do hope this guy gets the mental help he needs, though. Like, all things considered from a human standpoint. Tish Lay says, yeah, he's gone mental. Exactly. It's good to see you, Tish. We haven't seen you in a bit. We love our Tish Lay on the channel. I don't know, dude. Liver King is just out of his fucking mind. The Liver King guy is just so far gone, dude. That guy is out of his fucking mind.
Maybe not the one that you...
Oh, if you guys can, though, don't forget to tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner once again. Tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. It does help the channel in more ways than one. So if you send a gift, it helps us out quite a bit.
Thought you'd pick a fight with, and so now there's real consequences. And then you'll just make this one stronger in jail. For how long will I be here, do you think? What law did I break? Which law did I break? Whoa, Joe Rogan, you compromised something big. It's the state of Texas. You allowed this to be happening. You wanted it to happen.
Records state that officers spoke with Joe Rogan himself, who was made aware of the threats by his own security team. Joe Rogan claimed he'd never had any sort of contact with Brian and was unaware of why he would be targeting him. He went on to say that he feels that Brian appears to be, quote, significantly unstable and seems like he needs help.
That's kind of cool, right? You're arrested by the Violent Crimes Division. You know what's not cool is to be called a terrorist. That's not cool. A terroristic threat. That's not cool when your home is Texas. And then the person that's hoping to put you there is not from Texas. He's not. He's from California, y'all. Yeah, you know what we do from outsiders? It's like Pace Picante style. Get a rope. Not a threat. That's the commercial. And that's in principle. That's what Texans do.
Holy crap, dude. Liver King is out of his mind.
We honor that kind of friendly. Welcome to Texas, Joe Rogan. My name is Liver King. Who do I want to fight? Who am I picking a fight with? Joe Rogan. What week is it?
Tim Smith says Rogan made one comment about Liver King looking like he was on steroids, which Liver King later admitted to. and he snapped and went crazy. Yeah. So here's the thing. Liver King is a fraud. And like, it's fine. If I was a fraud, and I would admit it. Like, if I was a fraud, I would admit it. I really would. I would. At least I would try to, you know. I will give Liver King some props, though. The fact that Liver King came forward and said that he was a steroid user, that's pretty impressive. I'll give him that. To be willing to come out and say that. But very interesting, man. Very, very interesting indeed. Let's keep watching.
Rogan versus Liver King week. No, actually, that was wrong. The week is the same as the password for the free Wi-Fi. It's you, Joe Rogan, with a thank you mark.
Many of Brian's followers expressed their concerns with his mental state after he posted the following video.
Because I'm here all week, I don't know if you heard. Rogan versus Liver King, period, C-O-M. All week, this week. It started on Monday. It's going to go through at least Friday. And may go over the weekend, but no longer than that. I'm going to record a lot of videos this week. And then I'm not going to record any for a long time.
Brian takes out his phone and plays what appears to be a recording of himself, captured just moments ago in the interrogation room. He listens as he waits for officers to collect him.
What the fuck? Dude, he's out. He's lost his mind. I mean, he already lost his mind, but this is... The Liver King has entered the 7th dimension. I think the Liver King is trying to start a cult. The only problem is, typically a cult has people who want to follow. This might be the anti-cult. Something that nobody wants to follow.
What's up, man?
So,
Turn around.
Turn around?
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna place you in handcuffs for right now. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. Appreciate you. Where's your phone at, sir?
In my pocket.
The phone continues to play on the table as they remove the remainder of his property. He's then transported to the local jail.
Would it be funny if I told you I had another phone on me?
Annie, what up? Annie says this guy has lost his mind. It's kind of sad to watch. And of course, we got Tish and Annie in the house. There's it's like the ladies of the View. No, just kidding. I would not demean you guys in that way. But no, we got Annie and Tish, rock stars, by the way. We love you, Annie and Tish. You're awesome.
Ooh, where at? That would be a little funny, you know, because they're supposed to take a bunch of stuff from you the first time.
Yeah.
And then they leave a lot of stuff. And then sometimes that happens again. That would be funny, right?
It might be a little funny, yeah. Brian, I don't know all your backstory. Where are you from?
If you don't mind, I'm not going to be as friendly as I normally am.
It's fine. Early up to you.
Yeah.
The following day, Brian posted a $20,000 bond and was released from jail. As a condition of his release, he was ordered to have no contact with the victim or his family and to wear a GPS monitor. The next morning, Brian posted a new video to Instagram, suggesting he still has future plans involving Joe Rogan.
Damn it. Come on, Liver King. Come on, bro. Come on, dude. Stop it. Stop
If
it.
anybody knows where Seth Rogen's
Seth Rogen. Now he goes from threatening Joe Rogan to threatening Seth Rogen. Oh man, I will admit the downfall of Liver King is sad. I don't like seeing the downfall of anybody, to be honest. I really don't. I don't like laughing at people's misery too much. But yeah, it is sad. But holy crap.
other version of him,
Terrence B just sent sparkles and gifts. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Terrence B, for sending a 100, a star. By the way, if you guys want to be like Terrence B,
Laugh out loud.
send happy poops, send sparkles, send any gift you can because it helps the channel grow in more ways than one.
Rhymes with blow. If anyone knows where its family's going to be today,
Laugh
if you
out
could
loud.
let my team know so that we can stay within.
Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Thank you so
Laugh
much,
out
Terrence
loud.
B. I appreciate the happy poop yum yums though. Mucho apreciado. I'm at the Copacabana.
200 yards, not close to them, to stay away from them. Oh, please, actually, I redact that. Don't do anything to their family. If anyone who's around us can alert us that there might be anyone with the last name Rogan around, then I'll happily go the other 200 yards. This thing will help me make certain. You know how good that feels on the ankle? And then we're going to go to the Capitol. At 7 p.m. every day, we'll be at the Capitol where they make laws. Rogan versus Liver King. I'm picking a fight.
According to court documents, 47-year-old Brian Liver King Johnson was charged with terroristic threat causing fear of imminent serious bodily injury. His case was dismissed in November of 2025 following the completion of required counseling classes.
Hey, he got his counseling in, dude. Fucking Liver King, man. Okay, let's see what I want to see Asmund Gould's reaction to our boy JD Vance going on The View.
This went on The View? Oh boy. All right, let's watch it. Here we go.
So this is a show of MAGA Republicans, right? That's what my media team told me? Okay, good.
What did black people do to this administration that has allowed it to really stigmatize folks of color?
Remember how Trump...
Oh, God. Identity politics is the most low IQ form of politics out there. So when I see... I love Whoopi. I'm pretty sure she's not... her politics are low IQ. I love her anyway. I love Whoopi. She's great. When she's not talking about politics, she's a pretty smart lady, but she doesn't know anything about politics.
Trump made the bill that says that all black people are bad. It was like the first month of his presidency.
Well, what exactly are you talking about, Whoopi? Because you just I want to know what she's.
Because JD Vance is like, dude, what the hell are you talking about? What is wrong with you, Whoopi? Come on, man.
Don't know what I'm talking about.
Actual point.
So in a lot of the museums, there's so many.
Nice eyeliner, JD.
I'm replaying some of the super chats that were sent earlier. Thank you, Starch Manning, once again for that super chat. $5 one earlier really helps. And then, of course, playing another
Laugh out
super
loud.
chat by
Are
M.
you
Madden.
okay with the bots?
Thank you, M. Madden, $14.95. I just wanted to replay your super chat because I appreciate it.
There's so many, I can't think of all of them. Let me guess.
You know, where they're taking down the actual history that happened in this country. Slavery happened.
Just like how the left was tearing down statues.
All kinds of stuff happened.
What the fuck are you talking about? What the hell do you mean?
Black history getting erased from public spaces.
Like what?
Where do Americans...
I am curious, like, what the hell are they talking about, though?
color fit in this vision? Because it doesn't seem like we fit.
Think, Sonny, my view.
And if I may, since October of last year, there's been something like 6,668 refugees allowed into the country. All but 3 were white South Africans.
Oh my God, how did we let 3 non-whites into the country? What is Trump doing, bro?
Are you kidding me?
So, first of all, I'm very skeptical of that number because we have a lot of different immigration pathways in the United States.
I'm skeptical about that data too. I'm skeptical to holy hell about that data because, first off, I don't trust anything that comes out of The View at all. I think The View is probably the worst show on television. It's so insufferable. It's terrible. Like, even leftists, for the most part, do not like The View. That's saying something, man.
United States of America. But let me just address Whoopi's point. You asked the question, and maybe you don't believe this coming from me, but I think everybody is welcome in our political coalition. Even if you didn't vote for us, everybody is welcome. You say that we're anti-minority or anti-black.
No, I didn't say that. I asked. See?
Well, okay.
She basically did. She said, you know, what do you guys basically have against black people? Yeah, that sounds like yeah, you basically did, Whoopi. You're freaking... This is why I love Whoopi, but when she gets into politics, she's dumb as hell.
Okay, look at Washington, D.C. One of the most democratic and one of the blackest, by a share of population, blackest cities in the United States of America, has seen a radical decrease in violent crimes and sexual assaults and in murders.
Somehow this is going to be bad.
We have tried to take the crime issue seriously, in part because we believe everybody, whether you're black or white or rich or poor, deserves to live in a safe neighborhood.
Why does the crime? Where does the crime step in? This is not about.
Because there's a lot of black neighborhoods with a lot of crime. You fucking idiot. You moron. You live in a...
I mean, Asmon's right. Asmon's right. And the thing is, yeah, Whoopi does live in a gated community filled with, a certain type of people.
Gated community. Like, I mean, what are we talking about?
Why does the crime? Where does the crime step in? This is not about crime.
Black history has been erased from public spaces.
Black history is not erased from public spaces.
Guys, we do have to get to Iran when we get back.
Like what? There's not even a single example of any of this.
You make a mea culpa of sorts for calling Democrats childless cat ladies.
Oh, man. My most boneheaded comment.
You say that in the book, that it was boneheaded, which it was.
Thank you.
What were you thinking when...
It might be an asshole thing to say, and I know you have to be nice to them, but everybody else knows you were right. It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
So Joy said when we were off air that I'm fine, which I think is about the best endorsement that I'm going to get out of Joy Behar, former Republican. Thank you. I appreciate that. Graded on a curve here at The View.
The thing is that they're not just childless fat ladies. I mean this in both ways. The cats are fat and they are too.
I'm telling you, we celebrate black history. We celebrate all American history in this administration. You guys might be skeptical of this, but I promise you it's true.
I have to go to break. Anna, God, please, we have more with Vice President J.D. Vance when we come back.
An explosive drone attack against the UFC Freedom 250 event.
Apparently
at the White
Belgium.
House South Lawn last Sunday.
Whoopi's gone cray
and have
man.
already taken 5 suspects into custody out of the 23 that were involved.
The multi-phase
difference go money.
He was the first.
Oh, we're gonna react to this clip right here.
If they capacity, we destroyed it over the last year and a half. No matter what happens, their economy is in dire straits. The blockade and a number of the actions we've taken ensures that. No matter what happens, their conventional military has been destroyed, and they don't have the resources to rebuild it. But here's the option for Iran. If you learn the right lessons from this, and if you change the way that you react and respond to the United States, option one is we're going to change the way that we respond to you. We're going to have a better relationship. But if they choose option two, which is we're going to continue to try to pursue a nuclear weapon, then nothing that we don't commit to doing anything as part of this deal. So the United States wins either way. What the president is trying to do is actually extend the hand of peace and say, if the Iranian people want greater prosperity, then their leadership has to step up and change their behavior. If they do...
That's very true. I mean, that's about as true as it's going to get, dude. It's about as true as it's going to get.
Great. If they don't, the United States has already gotten a lot from what we need.
As Vice President, we assume you will probably...
Oh, if you guys can, don't forget to tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. It does help the channel a lot. The more gifts we get, the better, like the Happy Poop Yum Yums, the Sparkles, the 100s, the Thumbs Ups. Yeah, tap the gift button. It helps keep the channel rolling. It helps keep the channel supported. We run on virtual gifts on this channel more than anything. So I appreciate anybody who's willing to tap the gift button and send a gift of any kind. And you get noticed, by the way. It shows up on the center of the screen, by the way, so you get noticed. Just to let you know.
Probably run for president. I know you've been asked about this a lot lately. You said, I'm going to talk to my wife. I'll decide after the midterms.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt the president will be supportive. You're 41 years old. Donald Trump has said, remember when he asked the crowd a month ago, he said, do you want JD Vance? Do you want Marco? And everyone responded. And he said, I think they might make they might make good running mates together and be on the same ticket. Here he is talking about the two of you running together. Listen to this.
I study to see if they like each other. I just find it interesting. You know, it's life. It's big time stuff. I watch them together. They get along great. They have a good relationship. They're sort of similar in a lot of ways, but they're very talented. And I think the two of them running together as a team would be very unbeatable.
Now, at one point, Marcos.
The Rubes. Hmm. Then bam. Oh. Oh, I think the gal that lives in an apartment number for her. Actually, her window might be open. Let's see.
Said Marco Rubio, Secretary Rubio, I should say, said at one point that he wouldn't run if he knew you were going to make the decision to run. Where does this stand now?
It stands where we're all focused on the job in front of us. I think the president loves to stir the pot a little bit, and the president loves the entertainment of it. Of course he does. This is what I joked earlier that, does it really sound like the president of the United States to run a televised program for who would be his next apprentice, right? That's what the president does, and he loves that. And it does make this whole thing fun. But fundamentally, I think Marco, me, the entire cabinet, we're just focused on doing a good job. And the thing I hate about politicians and politics writ large is it sometimes seems like in the past, I've only been in politics for 3 years. You elect somebody to do a job, and instead of doing their job, they're worried about the next job. What I said when I got this job is, I just want to do a good job at this thing that I have. And if that happens, the politics will take care of itself. We're only a year and a half into this administration, right? There's so much.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy, like, how many things have been accomplished overall. Gotta find my pen real quick. I'm always misplacing my pens, because I was going to what was I gonna do? I was going to So I was going to talk to you guys on here about the application that I was developed it's already developed, but we're in the closed testing or the internal testing phase. So I'm going to be sending a list of emails. Sorry, I'm trying to get a list of emails of people who want to test the application. So far, first off, I just got to ask: does anybody here have an Android phone? Actually, you know what? I could just put a message here. Let me put up a pinned message so that way everybody could see it on here. Give me 1 second. I think it's either internal testing or closed testing. So I think I have to do internal testing before I get to because this is the first app I've ever developed, but it's before it could even get rolled out. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I don't even think I have to do. Okay, so you know what's funny is it's actually possible that I may not have to do a closed release, which would be really nice because, to be honest, I don't know. I'd rather just not. I'll end up doing probably like a checklist or something like that, manage how it's like organized and working and things of that nature. Let's see.
Much that we're accomplishing for the American people. Let's do that.
If I do need closed test representatives to test out a app, I will let you guys know. But overall, it's funny because the application, I tested it out on my Pixel 8 Pro, and I'll tell you what, the application's been very stellar. It's worked out really well. I developed it for anything that's Android 8 or above, just because that's my fave. Oh, I mean, sorry, that's not my fave. I'm sorry, I can't even speak today. But yeah, Android 8 and above, specifically.
Let's win the midterms, and then we can talk about what happens in 28.
Mr. Vice President, one thing I've always appreciated, if you You've always been candid with me.
Sure.
Even when I did your interview before you became vice president,
of course,
you were the only candidate that said, if I don't get picked, I'm going to be a little disappointed about this.
Yeah.
So tell me this. I'll ask the question a different way. What would take running for president of the United States off the table for you? Everybody wants to be president. Every vice president wants the job. It's just the political thing. So what would it take for you to just take it off the table? Something with family, something with God? What is it?
Well, obviously, to do anything, to run for the Senate, to run for vice president, to run for president, you have to feel like it's something that God wants you to do. I mean, I write about this. I think you have to have a certain spirit of humility about any of these things, and you have to do what is best for other people, not what serves your own ambition. You have to, of course, have the buy-in from your family, but fundamentally, man, I'll be candid with you because I always am. Yeah. The way that I make decisions, and this is maybe I'm just different from other politicians like this, I don't like plot things out. I make the decisions that are right in front of me. I try to do as well as I can, and then I figure it out when I've got to make a new decision. Because I don't have to make that decision, I just haven't thought about it that much.
That's fair.
Let's talk about your book for a second,
yeah,
Mr. Vice
please.
President. And we were talking before you came on. This is a great book about finding your faith. And I'm a Catholic convert as well. So I've read this cover to cover because I'm so fascinated about it. But one of the chapters you have in here is called Semper Why.
Yep.
Play on the Semper Fi motto of the Marine Corps, always faithful.
Sure.
And you talk about during your deployment to Iraq in 2005, 2006, to the Anbar province, at the height of the worst fighting in Fallujah, Ramadi.
I will say I'm kind of mesmerized by JD overall. I think he's a great dude. It's interesting because I'm not really much of a church guy. I just don't really go to church at all. I don't have anything against church. I think churches are great, actually. I think they do a lot of good. But yeah, no, finding your way back to some form of faith, it's an interesting thing. It's very interesting. I don't know. It's scary. That's for sure. It's scarier than you think it is sometimes, oddly enough. But I try to look through the world through the best frame I can. You know what I mean? Like I try to put on my awesome glasses, I guess I call them, where I either look at the world as awesome or you look at it as crap. I don't know. There might be an in-between, but you could either choose to look at the world as awesome or crap. I'm trying to look at the world as awesome, through my awesome glasses. I'm going to try to put them on, my awesome glasses. But, yeah, it's something. We got Frog Eat Frog. We got Annie in the house. What's going on, you guys? How you doing? It's good to see you. But yeah, no, it's amazing. I love this shit. Okay, let's see. You write, that's where you essentially lost your faith.
That's right.
Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so I was raised in a very devout household by, my dad would take us to church, but my dad wasn't always in my life, right? I grew up a big chunk of my early childhood without my dad as a constant.
Oh, we're watching JD. My boy JD Vance, man.
presence. My grandmother didn't really take us to church, and I don't think I was, in a lot of ways, properly formed in my faith. And so while I believed that Jesus was the Son of God and I cared a lot about it, I got to Iraq and that faith just collided with reality. I felt like God wasn't speaking to me anymore. You know, there was sort of violence all around us. I was dealing with these Iraqi poll workers, some of whom were devout Muslims. And, you know, you talk to them about faith, and I realized that I actually couldn't defend my faith as well as they could defend their faith. So I hadn't been properly formed in that way. But I also just didn't feel like my faith was really speaking to me. You know, back home, my grandmother had just died. There were a lot of family problems that happened when my grandmother died. My mom was struggling with addiction very badly at the time. And I just didn't feel like my faith was all that relevant. And part of what drew me back to faith is that I sort of looked around at the Christians that were in my life and the non-Christians that were in my life, and I realized, you know what? All the things that I care about as an atheist, as a person who thinks that he's rational and knows everything, I care about money, and I care about prestige, and I care about where I went to school. Those things aren't making me a good person. But these Christians who I dismissed, you know, when I was an arrogant atheist as these bumpkins, they've actually figured it out. They're happy, they're healthy, their kids are in a good place. And I thought to myself, if they're right about that, if they're right about how to live a good life, maybe they're right about Jesus being the Son of God. Maybe there's an inspiration for that character that I dismissed.
I mean, that's a beautiful realization that he had, straight up. It really is, honestly. Because, you know, I'll say this, I don't know. Sometimes I don't even know what sort of faith I would even have, you know. What's my faith at the end of the day? What do I believe in, you know? Sometimes figuring out what you believe in is just kind of, it can be tough. It can be extremely tough, dude. Hold on. Give me just a moment, everybody. Give me just a moment. All right, let's do this. Let's go.
Missed too easily when I was in Iraq.
You know what I noticed reading your book was a lot of us as parents, we want our children to have faith, and we want them to raise their children, our grandchildren, with faith. And we can lead them to the water, but we can't make them drink.
Exactly.
And so I liked that your grandmother watched Billy Graham. She loved Billy Graham.
She did.
She would take you to that little church where nobody was at church, but she loved that minister. Occasionally, she would take you. Y'all did some Pentecostal churches. And so talk about, after converting to Catholicism, sometimes we get so caught up in the denomination that Catholics and Protestants or you know, they don't think that this denomination is as educated. The Ivy Leaguers are Episcopalians or they're Lutherans. You know, we get so caught up in that. How do we ensure that our children are just hearing the word so that we can raise generations that love God? Yeah, so first, I remember when I was in boot camp, and I met a kid from Eastern Kentucky, and then we had a guy in our boot camp platoon who was from a Christian denomination I'd never heard of. And I wrote a letter home to my mama, and I said, "What is this?" And she responded, "Well, it's just another branch of Christianity." And she said, "Honey, you know, in Eastern Kentucky, we're all snake handlers." And so that was her response to that. But I remember, that was obviously, she was joking with me, but she said, "It's all about Jesus." And that's one of the things I really love about the American church is there are all of these different pathways to God. Everybody has their own crises, their own blessings, their own moments of grace, their own moments of struggle. But I think that what's really cool about the American church is it's so dynamic because we're all forced to really deal with these issues. Like, you can't be an American Catholic or an American Pentecostal or an American Southern Baptist without running into somebody who has a slightly different perspective on faith. Yes, Jesus is all that matters, but I think one of the ways that we come to know God is by talking about him and trying to understand him. And that's what I love about the American church is we're all kind of figuring that out together.
different ways, sometimes with snake handlers, sometimes with speaking in tongues, sometimes with a beautiful Catholic Mass. But I think all these pathways really matter, and they're part of the reason why we do find our path to God.
Powerful. Thank you,
powerful.
Mr. Vice President. I'm on page 129. I'm looking forward to finishing it.
You got to finish it, man. Communion, please buy it.
Communion.
Dude, this is great, man. I mean, dude, I hope JD Vance sells like millions upon millions of copies. I love it. I love it, man. JD's the GOAT. Well, let's take a looky here. Let's see. Well, I do want to thank you guys for tuning in. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we can react to. I guess we could react to maybe like one more video. I'm having fun with this, man. Looks like Trump reveals more details about the Iranian deal. What Americans want in the Iran deal. I'm kind of curious what this video is about. Let's take a listen.
Including on the 5 just before the show.
Here we
Let's bring
go.
in our panel. Fox News political analyst Ryan Priebus. Chris Ryan, host of New Hampshire Today with Chris Ryan on WGIR and iHeartRadio. And Melissa DeRosa, former chief of staff to New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Okay, Ryan, obviously there's this growing frustration because they don't know specifically what's in this paperwork. The vice president is out pretty much on every show talking about how this is all contingent on Iran meeting up with what they agreed to. There's just a lot of skepticism.
Well, there is, but look, I mean, you've got a bunch of senators that are out of the loop and they don't like it. I mean, obviously, they want to be in the know. But the reality is, I think what has been very clear, you listen to the president, listen to J.D. Vance, they know that this has to be performance-based and not a blank check. I mean, they're going to lose. They know what's at stake. They're not only going to lose the neocons, they're going to lose part of the MAGA base. So they understand that this has to be performance-based. And what it probably will look like is, you know, you're going to have a peace agreement, open up the strait, and then they're going to be there. But that will be contingent on the fact that Iran has to do certain things in inspections and nuclear weapons. And then as that action takes place, there will be potentially some sanction relief. And so that's what the deal will likely be. And the question will be, are the Democrats going to condemn a peace deal, or are they going to condemn peace, an open strait, and an actual nuclear agreement that has consequences?
I mean, who knows what they'll condemn, to be honest, but it's usually something. Oh, dude, J.D. Vance even went on Greg Gutfeld's show? No way.
A story in
I love it, dude. J.D.
5 words.
America 250, Republicans more proud. All right, Mr. VP, we talked about this on the 5 briefly. There was this poll ahead of America's birthday that found that 56% of citizens are extremely or very proud to be in America, which is a record low. Shocking nobody, 90% of Republicans were very proud, but only 29% of Democrats, 78% said the American dream is harder to attain. So are you, like I said on the 5, I wasn't surprised because we're inundated with messages about how kind of almost irrelevant patriotism. And what's your take on this?
So I think this is a very, very bad thing. And to make a bipartisan point here, the Republican VP trying to be bipartisan, I was raised by patriotic Union Democrats who maybe wouldn't have agreed with every single policy of a Republican administration, but they recognize that this is the greatest country in the world and every single one of us should be grateful to live here. And I think that is the fundamental problem.
No, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I love it.
Greg, it doesn't bother me when congressional Democrats disagree with our policies. It bothers me like that they're just terrible people, so many of them. But what really does bother me is that they don't show gratitude for the United States of America. Disagree.
Yeah, I've always found that weird. You know what I mean? Like so many people like claiming that America is like the worst country in the world. That's ridiculous. And it's a ridiculous claim if you think about it. Think about it this way. You live in one of the freest countries in the world. Plus, you can, by the way, you can criticize leadership here in the United States. You can. If you were to criticize the asshole Ayatollah in Iran, you get killed. Here, you get to say whatever you want as long as you're not doing anything, as long as you're not threatening violence or anything. That's pretty much it. But yeah.
With our policies, but if you don't feel grateful to live here and for the people who made it possible, then what are you even doing being in public service?
Yeah.
Too many Democrats don't show appreciation for the country.
I can agree with that, man. Wholeheartedly.
Tyrus, you know, I guess what I'm reacting to is with the way a large group of Americans will smirk. Like whenever, like if you, like they'll smirk at American flags and pickup trucks. They'll smirk when people. That's what I like. It's like, where does that come from? You know?
Well, you mean like a
Laugh out loud. He lost me when he showed up on Megyn Kelly's show.
So Mandy says he lost me when he showed up on Megyn Kelly's show. Wait, JD Vance? Wait, dude, JD Vance made the rounds, dude. He went to like every single show known to man, whether it's a podcast, whether it's anything. That's crazy.
Positive smirk or like a ill smirk?
Or like how stupid these people are.
Okay,
they aren't aware.
But you know why they do that? Because they have somebody next to them going, I know, right? I think the VP made a great point, but I don't think the water's that deep.
Yeah.
I think we live in a time where you want attention, you act tormented or tragic, but you don't really have something tragic that's happening. So I can't stand my country because the way ICE is. And then the person next to you is like, you're so brave for saying that out loud.
Oh my God. Yeah, Tyrus has got a point, dude. The GOAT. That's crazy, man. That's wild. That's pretty funny though. It's a pretty funny claim. Oh my goodness. Damn, dude. That's a hell of a claim.
I know we are. They just need to get the black lipstick and the thing and be like, my favorite color is sad. You know, like they just, it's just so.
You can still love America and do
Dude, Tyrus is the man. So funny.
that.
Yes, but you do it with flair, and you're only sad about when you think someone doesn't like you. So, no, and everyone loves her. Tell her.
Oh.
But that's the thing is like it's just this virtue thing they say. Then and maybe you could talk to the big guy and get an executive order if you're sad and don't like it.
God or the president?
The president.
The big guy could mean many things in my life.
You know what? If President Trump got a meeting with God, he still wouldn't get the Nobel Peace Prize. But the point is maybe an executive order to be like, if you don't like the country and it makes you sad and you're not proud to be here, they will pay your expenses to go to another country. None of those people will fill out that paperwork.
Right.
Because it just sounds cool to be like, I'm so sad, Kennedy.
Do you think it's an age thing? Because I do notice, like, older people tend to be more patriotic. And maybe it's because they've been around longer, they have wisdom, they know how things work. What say you?
Maybe. I don't know. But I noticed that low-key, everyone kind of does celebrate the 4th of July.
Yeah.
I do think it is just a thing, like Tyra says, a lot of people say maybe to try to sound cool or something like that. Like, oh, yeah, like America. But it's okay. You can have things you might want to change.
Honestly, they're breaking some ground on this. Not going to lie. They're breaking some interesting ground here. That's true. I think a lot of people act the way they do, and we live in a very pessimistic society, and I think a lot of it stems through social media, because everybody acts pessimistic on social media, and the pessimism bug spreads. Everything sucks, blah blah blah, nihilism up the ass, right? Yeah, life's a little difficult sometimes. I don't know. I choose to keep trying, but I understand when people want to give up, though. It's very tempting to give up. I admit it. But okay.
Change about a country, but as you pointed out, these people don't want to leave the country and go to another country because this is the greatest country to live in on the planet, obviously and easily, right? And I don't know why that should be such a hard or embarrassing things to say. I don't quite get that. We also have so much more in common than we do different, and I think that we really should, we got to a place where there's so much money and whatever, power to be made off of kind of turning people against each other over things that are really kind of just made up. And then you meet somebody, like even you going on The View, and they probably look at you and you're like, oh. That needs to happen more often, I think.
Yeah,
because we really are people, we were a great country full of great people.
Oh, I disagree.
Greg is so great. Oh, I disagree.
I agree. You know, Kennedy, you are a pop culture icon. I would suggest that a lot of this comes from the movies that we see where America is almost.
Dave Simmons, dude. David Simmons, what up, Brony? What's going on, man? Gotta give a shout out to David Simmons, man. Stud. Everybody give a shout out to David Simmons. Oh, yeah.
Always portrayed as a villain, unless, of course, it's like Top Gun, and it's the biggest selling movie. Like, it's like when America is doing great, they sell great, but almost all the independent films, the serious intellectual films, you know, it's always like an American corporation, a right-wing politician, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, the chin strokers are just the ultimate bummers in society. And unfortunately, like, they are being elected as mayors in places like New York and Seattle and probably Los Angeles here pretty soon. But, you know, maybe we need to show our kids movies like Independence Day, you know, and both of the Top Gun movies. Like, I took my older daughter to see Top Gun Maverick, and she's like, oh my God, why are you crying? Like, the whole time. And I had to explain to her, like, the first movie was so defining for us, and it was okay to love this country.
Yeah.
But if you go to parts of the country where I'm from, like Southern Indiana or where the vice president is from, people look at each other in the car and go, I love this country. And everyone next to them goes, I know, right?
Yeah.
And that's why it's really fun to go to NASCAR races in the middle of the country where you are not from, if you're from the East or West Coast.
Yeah.
Because it's like the reaction that all these World Cup fans are having when they go to the Waffle House for the first time at 2 in the morning. Right. They're like, holy this is America? And it's like, damn straight it is.
I think it's actually 2 in the afternoon.
Yeah, because Waffle House is a...
Dude, JD Vance is having the time of his life, dude. He's like, he's hitting the circuits. He's going everywhere, dude. He's everywhere, man. JD Vance 2028, man. That's what I'm saying. Oh, dude, I love Vance. I'm not going to lie. JD, man. JD.
America.
Yeah.
And I'm a stockholder.
Yes. Now, my parents, it was weird that they took me to see a really American movie when I was young, and it changed me forever. Obviously, we've all seen Deliverance, right?
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube.
Hold on, let's see here. All right, we got 12 minutes until the stream ends. 12 more minutes.
Let's welcome tonight's guest. She's got the will of a hero and comes in a size 0. New York Times bestselling author and boxers can't dream her cat tip. She goes by one name, like Madonna, Cher, and Scurvy. Host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast, Kennedy. It took 7 Secret Service agents 2 hours to pat him down. Former NWA World Champion and host of the Planet Tyrus podcast, Tyrus. And he went on The View today and has the bite marks to prove it. The Vice President of the United States of America, JD.
That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. I like it. That's pretty funny. JD.
I gotta say, it was pretty brave of you to go on to The View. What were you expecting, and how did it go?
Honestly, Greg, I expected them to be absolutely vicious, and they were only a little bit vicious. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I got to admit it did go better than I expected. I thought they were just going to be total a-holes to him the whole time, but it went better. So kudos to that, man. Kudos to that.
Behar even said during the break, not joking, she said, "You know what? You're like pretty good for a Republican." And I was like, whoa, that is a way better compliment than I expected from Joy Behar. I gotta say, I thought that Sunny, the woman to my left, was gonna call me a racist. In reality, it was Whoopi, the woman to my right, who called me a racist. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, Whoopi calls everybody a racist these days, so you're good. You're good, JD. You're good.
So expectations were defied.
Well, you know why Sonny can't call you a racist? Because, as you know, her ancestors were slave owners. Look it up.
I mean, Greg is right.
Why would I make that up? It was on that thing where she sees her family history. Kennedy?
6 cents?
No, never mind. All right.
The one time he should have asked the black guy.
Okay.
It was the
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It was the ancestry show.
Yes, it was. Yes, and and apparently her family also believed in free labor.
Yes.
Oh, that's too funny, man. That's a good joke, dude.
So we're looking at this new deal, VP, and I'm wondering, did we sign the deal because the new Ayatollah is gay and we wanted to focus on Pride Month?
Dude, Greg is on fire.
Thanks for coming on.
I'm so glad you agreed to do this show.
I'm glad I decided to ruin my political career by sitting here for an hour. But wait.
All right, let me ask you another question. That was just a stupid question.
You don't have to actually answer the questions.
I'll either be killed or unelectable because if I answer that question. But look, here's a simple fact. The reason why we signed this deal is because Donald Trump did exactly what he came to do. He destroyed their nuclear program. He opened the Strait of Hormuz, and now we have nice Trump.
And we're back to reality. We're back to winning. All right. Look, we're back to where it needs to be. And I'm glad he was able to get it squared away, man. Glad he was able to
have mean Trump or you can have nice Trump. And what he's saying to the Iranians is, because we came what we determined to do, we are going to outstretch our hand and say that if you guys behave, we are going to actually make you a successful country. And if you don't behave, you're not going to get anything, and you're never going to have this opportunity ever again. It's a classic Trump bargain. He gives these guys a choice and says, make the right choice or make the wrong choice. Frankly, it doesn't matter to the United States of America. We accomplished what we set out to accomplish, and now we have, as the president says, all the cards.
Yeah, he could be good cop and bad cop, like I am in the bedroom.
Why would you look at me and say that?
Because I was about to ask you a question.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Pride. It's
Hopefully
Pride
it
Month. You
wasn't,
probably should
"Can
have
I
looked at
cuff
me and
you?"
said.
Yeah.
So, what do you make? Are you hopeful? Are you hopeful about this new deal, Kat?
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. Have you guys?
No, but it's not.
I haven't seen. Right, I haven't.
But you
seen
have
it yet.
seen Iran get decimated.
I haven't seen it yet. I know what I hope for, and what I hope for is for America to win. I hope that we can get out and that we can stay out. I want American troops to be safe. I want Americans to keep their money.
That's reasonable.
That's what I've always been for. That's what I'm always going to continue to root for is the United States of America.
Yes,
right? It's
there you go.
It's a hell of an answer.
And why not? It brought her Love Island.
Well, Love Island's filmed in Fiji. It's almost as if you never listened to me.
I know.
But
no more Love Island.
I'm also glad you brought it up, not me. You brought it up, not me. I'm really glad that you brought up the low flow toilets also. Because I feel like there's really not. You acted like it was a small thing though. And
Waffle Jackson says, "Yo, real Garza, how you doing, my guy? I'm doing all right, having fun. I think I'm going to end the stream here in a little bit because I've been streaming for quite a bit today. So, but not just yet, though. Hold on.
there's really not, enough acknowledgement of the damage
Yeah.
that a low flow toilet can do emotionally.
Yeah. To marriages?
To a person.
To a person?
It's one of the top 3 worst phone calls you can make.
We'll just... Kennedy, I loved the language, Memorandum of Understanding. It's like the title of a foreign film at Cannes, where the tagline is, some agreements are never meant to be understood.
Oh, yes, and they get a 15-minute standing
Yes,
ovation.
Memorandum of Understanding. You optimistic?
I am optimistic because I do think that this president sides with capitalism and economic growth. And I think
Yeah, I think so too.
if there's one legacy he wants, it's stability in the Middle East and to be able to turn the entire place into a massive Trump world resort, which I also celebrate because I'm hoping by being on the same show with Vice President Vance that I get a discount code when it opens.
Yes.
Which would absolutely be amazing.
Yeah.
And, to Kat's
If you want
point,
the discount code, it's Trump 2028. That's the discount code.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
What's going to happen is Trump should just try to be the president of Iran. Once he's done being the president of the U.S., just become the president of Iran. That'd be funny as shit, dude. That'd be funny as fuck.
Tyrus.
Greg.
How are ya?
Phenomenal.
Happy Pride Month.
Thank you.
Do you celebrate that, Tyrus?
I don't celebrate any month. There's months. There should be no months. I hate Black History Month. I hate Pride Month because we all here 365. No one group just kicked ass in 1 month.
Yeah.
So, we did it all together.
Yeah.
There isn't a short month.
There isn't a short month, except for February.
Which is our month, and that's a whole other argument.
Yes. What do you say to this agreement, Tyrus? Trump's way of handling this?
I think, once again, there's going to be another reason why he doesn't get a Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, how many has he racked up? He's got more peace prizes than the Patriots have Super Bowl rings. He just...
My man, dude.
They're going to try to pick it apart. They're going to try to change. He has done something that was never really supposed to be ever accomplished because you never had help from the other side. He has the Middle East involved. They are active participants. It's not just Israel. They're now investing in our country. I think you guys just had like $100 million investment from Kuwait or Qatar or someplace.
I think it's like $700 billion.
Yeah, oh, my bad. Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's not math month.
Give the man his due.
Yeah, it's not. What I'm saying is we're seeing all this investment and all this stuff is coming from this. So he's cleaning up the country, literally. And he's not going to get his roses from the media. Everyone's going to try to find something wrong with it. Iran, here's the best part. In accepting the deal, the fearless leader gets to come out from wherever he's been hiding. He no longer has to do messages from a guy on a camel, rides to a guy on a goat, who then goes to a guy on an armadillo, who then, like, without, because he can't stick his head out of his house because he'll get blown out fabulously because it's Pride Month. Yeah.
It's Pride Month, dude. The Michael Garza show is celebrating Pride Month. That's why they call me Garza, dude. That's why the chat calls me Garza. Because we celebrating Pride Month.
Yeah. So now they get to come out and see a little bit of fresh air. But the thing is, once you're out, all eyes will be on you. And Iran will need to make all the right moves, because if not, it'll be next gay Ayatollah up.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be I think it's a great thing to be in America right now and other places. He's giving places that haven't had hope in generations. There might be the next generations of Iranian children that will be born might have an opportunity to be free.
All right.
And I think that's an amazing thing.
All right. Any last word before?
Okay, well, I think I am tired as shit. Maybe. Well. MLB warns players against writing Bible verses on their hat during Pride Month.
At least one
What?
top Republican.
I want to see the comment sections. Yeah, dude. Okay. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm burnt out. I'll catch you guys later. Thank you guys for tuning in, though. I greatly appreciate it, and I'll see you all probably tomorrow at some point. But thanks again, you guys. Have an incredible rest of the night. Bye for now.